Welcome in, 6 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us. I'm Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess, rickandbubba.com, our website. You can go there, find everything you need to know about the show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. That number is 866-932-3244. You can text that number and interact with the staff here during the show. You can also text events or store to that number, and in reply, you will get a direct link to the store at rickandbubba.com and to upcoming events. And speaking of that, Greg and I will be at the Crap Run October the 5th in Piedmont, Alabama, and that's the Venezes Foundation, and it's a great foundation that's actually this was this month's beneficiary in Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. And so we'll continue to talk about that and see if the two old men can actually run it, even though we're fighting injuries. So let's bring him in. Sitting over to my left is one Mr. Greg Burgess. How you doing, sir?
Well, I'm good.
You good?
I got to think about that running.
I know. Dadgummit.
Well, I'm way behind.
Way behind. So far behind that I'm not. Look, if we just go and we talk and you know. And say y'all ready, start, go.
Boom.
That's all everybody wants. They don't care if we're in the back. You think they care if we're in the back?
Nah.
Huh? Come limping across that final turn. I bet you we look good.
When they run by, and I'm laying on the side.
All right. So today, busy show as always. Don't forget, it's hard to believe it's already Wednesday. If you're following along, it'll get here quick, won't it?
Yep.
That means Bible study live today, noon Central, with Rick. We have a Roger Lewis check-in. He's going to be in Springfield,
Roger.
Ohio.
And
it has been years since he has been able to call in and do a live report. So we'll get Roger Lewis on the phone in about 2 hours from now. Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville will be with us. We'll have Jerry Mixon with Relief Factor. Had an issue yesterday, couldn't join us, but today's scheduled to be here. So before you know it, we'll look up and we'll be in the last hour. So let's have fun together. We were talking about a couple of stories that are pretty intriguing to me, very, very, very interesting stories, and they couldn't be further apart. And one has to do with choking, and one has to do with pagers.
Okay.
And
what if you got choked on a pager?
Good night. We've all been choked before when we're eating.
Yeah,
it's not pleasant.
It's not.
But ESPN
Scary,
host
really.
Peter Burns, you see him a lot on the SEC network. He's a college football host for ESPN. He does a lot on ESPN radio as well as the SEC network. Anyway, Peter Burns was in Columbia, Missouri, to watch the Tigers host Boston College this past Saturday, where Missouri did win 27-21. But as they always do, most of the time, the SEC crew, ESPN crew, they go out to dinner, while they're wherever they are. And so they went out to dinner, he and his crew, on the eve of the game. And while he was there eating at this establishment, he started to choke on a piece of food.
Terrible feeling.
And at first, and this is him kind of reliving it.
Yeah.
At first, he goes, "All right, wow," and then he realizes, okay, this is a little bit more serious. And after several attempts by others to help him,
oh no,
a Missouri fan rushed over and performed the Heimlich maneuver. Now,
so the others were trying the Heimlich, but they just couldn't get it to work.
I guess not. So he's recalling the ordeal on X now. And he said on Monday, while at dinner with our SEC network crew, I began to choke on a piece of food. Immediately I knew it was serious, and I motioned to our table that I couldn't breathe. All right, so and I think your indicator was he didn't say I said something. He said I motioned, I can't talk.
Yeah, when we would go through the training, that's the sign. If a person tells you they're choking, they're not. If they can talk.
Right. They can still breathe.
They're struggling, but their passage is not blocked.
Yeah.
But if they're doing this, this is the international
sign. Yeah, and Greg's got both hands around his
when you start, that's the
throat.
sign that somebody actually really is choking.
Right. I then waved over to a friend to give me the Heimlich. I don't know that motion. I guess he's pointing at his stomach. And he couldn't dislodge the food. Then I started to panic. I motioned for someone else to try. So picture all this, okay? We're at a table and we're eating, having a good time. We're the crew, and now I'm choking. After 90 seconds or so, a second person was unsuccessful.
How about a second?
Then a nurse came over, and he attempted to try as well, but no luck. At around 2 minutes in, it's when I started to lose my vision and black out.
Oh,
okay, he said I could feel myself going. He said it was surreal. I could hear everybody talking and doing everything they could to help me, but nothing was working. And right as I was about to lose consciousness, a guy named Jack Foster, who was the fourth person to try, and a Missouri fan, came running over. And Mr. Foster was a youth sports coach, and told us later that he had just gone through training for his team on how to do both CPR and save someone from choking. And that training is why I'm here right now, he says. I'm thankful that he was able to dislodge the food. He said,
so he was blacking out.
Oh, yeah. He said
That'd be horrible.
The painful aftermath has been I've got slight fractures in 4 ribs.
Well,
but
you got 4 people trying to Heimlich.
Yeah, but the team helped me get back on my feet. Thankfully, I am here to talk about it. That is unbelievable.
Did the people trying to help feel? And they're going and nothing's working.
Nothing's working. God. So the fourth person comes over, and his willingness to get in and help
worked.
And it worked. And I remember, and you do too. We talked about it. Being a youth coach, all these qualifications that you have to have, because sometimes you might be at practice or somewhere where you're the one in charge. You got to have an emergency plan with the the sports complex or whatever city that you fall under on if something was to happen, how you get gates open and where the emergency vehicles go, and everybody's got a job. Somebody attends to the athlete.
Yeah.
Somebody's in charge of getting, you got to have a plan, and part of that plan is being certified on what to do, and thank goodness Mr. Foster was.
Good.
Or Peter Burns wouldn't be here.
Fourth guy to do it.
Fourth guy. And we've all choked, and some have been a little bit more severe than others, but wow. That is an ordeal. How about when you hear everything going on around you and people are trying to help you, but nothing's working.
And you're like, oh my goodness.
Golly. A person here a person here through texting, I was in the ER last week for choking. Bip of a time.
Oh no.
Wow.
Dang.
Good gracious alive. That story jumped out at me because kind of the way he relived it. I was there. I was in the restaurant. I'm at a table. I feel myself. I'm choking. So I go, hey, come over here.
When he starts talking about losing, blacking out. That's.
And I think too, listening to him or reading how he retold it and everything. When the nurse wasn't successful, that's when you go, okay.
Hey, I'm a nurse. Y'all get out of the way.
Yeah. Y'all clear. Let me get in here. Damn. Good night alive. How about a couple of fractured ribs?
I'll take that. Have them.
I'll take it. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number, leaning on 15 minutes past the hour. 866-932-3244. You can text that. That's 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got a busy show indeed, and we're off and running. Thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. rickandbubba.com. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So Rick came in after the last segment. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler will join us here for top of the hour. Main show is at the top of next hour. Rick came in and said, okay, the Peter Burns story, a couple of things I want to know, and I agree with him. What was he eating? Because he said food, choked on food. I'd like to know what it was.
We automatically go to steak.
Yeah, it was steak.
Hot dogs are a big culprit.
Yeah, they
love
they
people
are.
struggle
They
with
are.
hot dogs.
Was it a traditional wing? What was it?
Could have been.
You know?
I'm going piece of steak.
Piece of steak, yeah, because I see him being at a kind of a Buffalo Wild Wings setup where, it could be anywhere from a steak to a hamburger to wings or whatever. And the other thing I want to know is the first 3 attempts on the Heimlich and the nurse.
I want to know what went wrong.
None of them were successful. What was Mr. Foster able to do? Is it just he was bigger, stronger?
Were they doing it wrong? You would think the nurse would know.
Because you got to get kind of low up under that belly button and pull up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Peter Burns is not like big and huge.
Yeah.
You thought of somebody that was extremely obese, it'd be hard to do the Heimlich on. We know it. I've seen him. He's not. He doesn't seem to be.
Wow.
Those questions I'd like answered.
Yep.
So much. I want to know why it took 4 people for it to work.
Yeah. A lot of the texts are coming in at 866-932-3244 on their choking stories, or I was involved. We talked about last segment.
Scary,
guy
man.
said, hey, I was at the ER last week from choking.
Yeah.
This one here, it says local story where I'm at. Won't go into too much detail, but guy was at dinner eating steak with friends who were mostly like doctors, and he choked on a piece of food or whatever. After several large guys tried Heimlich and it not working, they had to do tracheotomy. Is that tracheotomy?
They stick a hole in your throat.
At the dinner table, and saved his life.
Oh my God!
Had to do a tracheotomy. Wow, what a story.
That may be about as bad as it gets.
Yeah. All right, so this other story, I told you there was 2 of them that were hot on me here. That one, and then this one. This has to be one of the most bad A moves I've seen in a long time when it comes to tactics and military tactics and different things. This Israeli spy story that Israeli spies stashed explosives in 5,000 European-made pagers at the production level months ago, before detonating Hezbollah devices, which is their pagers, as coded text message that triggered the blast is revealed. And I don't know if some of you have been out of the loop and you're hearing this for the first time. Others, you probably have seen the footage of the aftermath. But apparently a pager bomb attack has left about 2,800 Hezbollah members and civilians injured, and 9 dead in Lebanon and Syria yesterday.
So they somehow got involved in the production somehow and planted explosives in these.
Correct.
Knowing that they would later be sold.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. The Lebanese group earlier this year ordered thousands of pagers to conduct communications after their leader declared smartphones could face cyber attacks from the Israeli forces. So they wanted to change the way they were communicating. And so they said the way we're going to communicate is pagers. So the Israeli military and intelligence personnel managed to access 5,000 of those pagers at the production level. And they inserted a small amount of high explosives months before they were imported into Lebanon for Hezbollah.
You got so many moving parts, you got to have to pull that off. A lot of things had to go your way.
Yes. So the spy agency injected a board inside all of the pagers that has explosive material that receives a code. It's very hard to detect, too, through any means, even if the device is being scanned or whatever by Lebanese securities. So the source claimed Hezbollah ordered the pagers from a Taiwanese company called Gold Apollo. But executives there said the devices were actually manufactured and sold under the license of BAC Consulting in Budapest, Hungary. And apparently they were able to get to the pagers at the production line.
Wow,
and
that's amazing.
And put this in here and detonate them all at once. And and they did that yesterday. And some on social media and other news agencies, they're showing the Hezbollah fighters, in the streets and in the hospitals.
That's a pretty brilliant move. Wow.
So when the user pressed the pager's button to cancel an alert that came through, so the pagers appeared to receive a coded error message sent to all of the devices. that cause them to vibrate and beep for like 10 seconds. So when the user, Hezbollah fighters, or the way they were communicating, pressed the pagers button to cancel the alert, like, okay, this is a bip, I'm turning this off. The explosives were then detonated.
Wow. There's some intelligence involved there. Wow.
The design would ensure that the pager was being held by the user at the time of blast to inflict maximum damage.
Oh, wow.
That is an unbelievable story.
Yeah, that's like I say, to pull that off, you ask how many things had to go your way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty brilliant.
So, and we've talked about this, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and all that, Iranian-backed terrorist organizations, they're all in it together. They just come from different angles with Hamas and then Hezbollah, and then
that's crazy.
And so they targeted Hezbollah here, knowing that they were going to get those pagers, but got them at the production line. Is that not? Will there be a movie about that? That's something that's in a movie or a 007 or something.
How you got that? The people you had to get on board with you to pull that off.
Whew.
Pretty impressive.
So they said, okay, smartphones, this ain't going to get it. We're going to have a cyber attack. They're going to, that's easy. But the old-fashioned pager, let's just communicate that way. Let's go back in time. Old school, and let's go that route. And then they got wind of it and caught it at the production line.
Here's an idea. Wow, there you go.
Whew.
Yeah,
right.
I was seeing it on the news yesterday. I didn't get a chance to look at the details, but I thought, wow, something sounded like somebody pulled a good one.
Wow. The footage. There's a number of different things of Hezbollah fighters laying in the streets, and the midsection's bloodied and everything. And then there's one of total chaos. It looks like at a little hospital or something, where nurses are running around, and there are so many people laying in there, all guys, in that 20 to 35-year-old range, and they are all just
I'm looking
full
at
of
pictures
blood.
right here, and there are people laying everywhere. Wow.
That's good. But think about the patience that you had. Not only did you go, okay, we're going to get this at the production line, and we know they're going to, y'all just wait. We got to wait now. We got to give it time, because timing's everything. We got to wait till they're dispersed to all the fighters, and 2,800, they say, have been injured. Unfortunately, civilians were injured as well. 9 in Lebanon, it says, have died. And so I don't know the detail of that.
There were 5,000 pagers.
Wow. Yeah, 5,000 and 2,800 Hezbollah members were injured, and some of them badly injured. Didn't kill them, but they're injured for the rest of their life, if you know what I mean. And they're missing some things.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I do. There you go. How about that?
So the explosive, I don't know that material that's on the board. I guess it caused an overheating type deal and it exploded with the battery. I don't know the technology behind it. It's just they were able to get it in there.
What about the Lebanese, the leader who made the call, said we need to get away from smartphones?
Yeah,
they may use them against us.
Right.
Let's go to pagers.
Yeah, let's do that.
Didn't work out.
No, there's nowhere to hide, really. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/bigbox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere.
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, look at here. We got Dr. Jerry Mixon scheduled to be on the show a little bit later today. This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com.
How about that?
Greg, how long, and I think we could probably go back, has Relief Factor been with us the entire time you've been here?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yes,
That's how long.
I'm right when I got hired. So
Yeah.
you're talking going on 16 years.
And we
About that.
get asked a lot about different
We do.
products that we endorse. This is one of them. I get asked about this quite a few times through email or just bumping into folks going, hey, does this Relief Factor really work? You know, that's what I hear. Hey, wait, I've got this issue. What do you think? Of course, I'm not a doctor, but I will tell you through our experience, it's helped us. It helps support our body's response to inflammation. And the difference that we've noticed, is that it doesn't mask pain. Relief Factor helps eliminate it for good. And what we like, it's 100% drug-free, too. If the pains that come with living a full life are affecting you, whatever you're doing, if it's through work, trying to do better, just getting older like two of us, buddy, join us and turn back the clock. Go to relieffactor.com. So they have a 3-week quick start pack. And the reason why they chose 3 weeks is because through all of their research, that's how long that they go, okay, if you don't see a difference with it by 3 weeks, then you know it's not for you, even though the percentage is really high on all that it does help. But that quick start pack is just $19.95. So that's less than $1 a day. So the facts are in. It's amazing, too. So check them out right now at relieffactor.com, or you can call them if you want to do that. 1-800, the number 4, and then relief. That's 1-800, the number 4, and relief. Or, as I said, online, just relieffactor.com, and try it for just $19.95. Just stop throwing the over-the-counter pain meds in your body every day, multiple times a day. That's not really what they were designed to do. It could be very harmful for you, too. So try relieffactor.com, see if it works for you like it has worked for us. All right, so we got all kinds of stuff here. By the way, just so you know, if we're playing the Florida Man game and today's your birthday, this story here is yours. Okay. If you didn't want to go back in time and try to find one, Florida man arrested for illegally keeping alligators and several turtles in his pool.
Alligators
so that's your story today.
Turtles.
That's your story today.
They must get along well.
Yeah.
The alligators and the turtles.
Yep. Happy birthday if it is your birthday, but if it is, there's your Florida man story.
That's a no-no.
Yep.
As far as the law is concerned.
Yep.
That's not allowed.
No. Now, Robert Miller, I guess the owner, denying the allegations when being pressed by a reporter, but the alligators and turtles, they got to tell us this, were safely removed from the pool. But he has been arrested for illegally keeping alligators and slider turtles on his property. Slider turtles. I don't know. Slider turtles. What's a slider turtle?
Slider turtle.
You know what a slider turtle is?
I do not.
Check him out. Check him out right there.
He looks like he'd do it. Look at him. That's how we go.
You know who that looks like?
Here's
a slider turtle. Just slider turtle. Just looks like a turtle.
Okay, what's so?
I don't know what's so different about them. But
turtle.
They were the alligators were removed from the pool by
we're probably glad.
Yeah, a nuisance alligator trapper, and the turtles were returned to the pond, I guess, nearby. But what if you are a nuisance alligator trapper? You have busy days in Florida, don't you?
Yeah, you deal with them a lot.
Yeah, have you ever watched those reality shows where those guys go and grab them?
They go
Man, how about they'll just get in some water too?
Oh, I know.
I mean, almost like mid shin, and they're sitting there looking
more scared.
Oh, I see some bubbles. There it is, right there.
Yeah. Well, do that roll. Gotcha.
No, I don't want that. Do not want that. All right, so there's that story. I just wanted to throw that in there in case.
Just in case anybody's keeping
yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures. This just looks like a turtle. The old slider turtle.
Sure. So the other story too is we've been talking about it. Tua Tagovailoa for the Miami Dolphins, he has been put on the IR for the team, injured reserve, for his suffering his third concussion.
And I appreciate his effort, but considering the past, how about slide right there? He could have slid instead of going head first.
Well, I mean,
just slide. All the other quarterbacks do it. Just sit back and slide. Get you about 5 or 6 and slide.
I was paying attention a little bit. Sometimes I'll pay attention to the Dolphins just for Ryan because I want to make him proud. And that game was, or one of the games was on. Maybe it was the week before. I can't remember. And every time he drops back, I get nervous. I'm like, get rid of it, because it's
not his fault, but he has concussions, and he said struggled with broke ankles, and I mean, just.
Well, this is the best thing for him.
It's just injuries.
Yeah. By placing him on injured reserve, Tua will be forced to miss the next 4 games before the team can activate him. and he goes through all the concussion protocols and all that stuff. So it looks like they're going to Skylar Thompson is expected to start.
Who is that?
This comes settle. I don't know. I guess that's just the backup. And on Monday, the Dolphins picked up Tyler Snoop Huntley off the Ravens practice squad.
Don't know who either
to fill
one of them
in the
are.
gap. So I guess he's the backup for Skylar.
You know, I was listening on the way in. Sorry, my throat's dry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was listening on the way in because we talked about he signed this huge contract before this with like it's over $200 million, but like 160 something million was guaranteed.
Two of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hang on.
What's wrong? You all right? Oh, Greg's dealing with a sinus infection. He won't. I don't know what's up with him.
Nothing to do with that.
Yeah, he does.
Anyway,
Yeah, you're choking because your nose.
No, it's just dry tickle.
No.
Anyway, they were saying we got to know the details. Like there may have been something in there about since he's had concussions. Maybe there's, but if he is deemed by the medical people that you can't play anymore,
right?
That's one thing.
Yeah.
But now if they clear him and he decides personally, like, well, you know what, it ain't worth it. I'm just going to retire. That's a whole nother story as far as the money.
So
you know what I'm saying?
If he steps away on his own, then
even though he's medically cleared,
right?
Then they may not. I'm sure my point is I'm sure there's a number in there, but it may not be 160 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're saying you need to know the details of the contract, which I don't think we do. But because we automatically assumed when you saw his contract was 200 million, 167, I think, million guaranteed. You think, well, dang, boy,
right.
It just depends.
Yeah.
Like I say, whether he is ruled that he can't play by the doctor ever, as opposed to him retiring on his own, but being cleared to play.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I've never met his family, but I know they're solid from the people that have met him, and they tell us about him. So I know he's got good counsel around him, from his parents to his brother and all. So I feel like, people are probably telling him, and in his ear on what to do and what he should do. I just wonder what he will do.
Here's another thing. We talked about it at the beginning of the year. If he does come back, so he's going to have one of them funny-looking things on his helmet. They said this year you can play in them if you want to.
Oh, the practice things?
Yeah, you can actually play in them. Will they make him wear one of them? Look like a bobblehead out there.
So they did clear. I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
they did. You can actually play in them.
You can play it.
And cover up the team logo.
No,
and
they have a thing that goes over it that has the team logo.
They thought about it. We used to have.
Seems like I saw one on the field. I think I have seen one this year on the field. Yeah.
Little lunch lady caps.
That looks like the alien off Flintstones.
Yeah. Well, how about this? If I'm coming back, I mean, he's young, and you got quality of life, and I know, we're sitting here telling him what to do, but it's just scary. I mean, because you feel for him,
man.
And so I would do whatever I need to do. Yeah. Some people are going back a couple of stories. Some people are asking that I demonstrate the Heimlich on you for TV.
Okay.
And just.
I really don't want you to.
You want to go out in the road?
You've seen how the Heimlich looks, right?
Yeah. I think that's what
the only thing justifies is somebody's trying to die. Otherwise, people would be making fun of you.
Yeah. Right.
But the fact someone's life's in danger, a lot of people will hold up, see how it turns out.
I think actually the audience, I think those are probably Greg minions and stuff. They just want to see what it looks like.
Well, I'm sure of that, and I really don't.
No, right, and I don't want to. I think we're gonna. I'm gonna leave that for the actual emergency. Hopefully, I'll never have to do that.
We eat here a lot.
Now you'll eat fast.
I do eat fast.
Yeah, you're like one of those dolphins that come up and they throw a fish.
No, I chew it up.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
I think it's like one bite, 2 bites, gone. No. And I said a couple times you don't even swallow.
Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, 10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Scheduled to appear today, we have Roger Lewis. the Rick and Bubba on the scene field reporter who has not done a report in years.
Been a while.
In Springfield, Ohio. That's the report that's coming in. And so we'll see how that goes today. Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville scheduled to be here with us as well. Don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central. So we've been hopping around a little bit. There's a lot of stories that we hadn't gotten to, but I did want to bring this one up and just get your take on it real quick. So the Tennessee Vols, Tennessee football. There's stories out that they're going to add a 10% fee on football game tickets next season.
All athletes.
Right. Okay.
Just
Tennessee
ticket,
in general.
If you buy a ticket to an athletic event at Tennessee, there's a 10% talent fee, is what they're calling it, added to the ticket price.
So everything, because on this one it says 10% fee on football game tickets. Is this all
sports? I saw said it's for all of them.
Okay. Well, so they're going to add.
It says for all sports will be charged 10% talent fee on tickets to help pay athletes as part of a new revenue sharing plan set to begin in 2025. How about that?
Wow.
It says the university, this is via email, the university shared the news with the football season ticket holders. I guess they sent it to all them too, maybe. But they are saying it's for all sports. If you go to baseball or whatever.
Okay.
Athletic director Danny White telling fans the talent fee and other strategies were part of an extensive plan to continue our dominance in college athletics and build something like never seen before. Right that.
So, where are you on? I mean, I know this is kind of where we're going. So let me ask you a question. Let's just say I'm an average fan. I'm not part of any, season ticket club. I'm not part of any booster deal or whatever. I don't really, make enough money to justify giving tons of money to the program. I'm just not at that level. But, I get solicited from time to time to help this fund, help that fund. Is a slight increase in tickets. Are you like, okay, I can help that way, or do you think it's just ridiculous? Or what's your take on it?
I guess if you're going to do it, that's a pretty good way to do it. I'll give them that.
Right.
Because you choose it. Well, any of this, if you don't want to participate, don't. But if you're a person who obviously does, would you rather have the 10% on the ticket as opposed to just giving what you want to give?
Correct. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm going on this. Is this a way to where the average fan can help a little bit?
Yeah.
With and I know 10%. That's a big deal, especially with how much tickets cost and then concessions and then you take your family or whatever. You've had quite a day. But I just wonder if this is a slight increase, and then the average fan that maybe can't participate and donating a lot of money, they can help this way.
Well, it's also okay with it. You remember the House versus the NCAA case that
yeah.
That
oh yeah.
They said this part of that settlement is the schools to share up to $22 million of their annual revenue with athletes, and this is one way to do that. They say that it helps meet that commitment.
And we talked about that when all this came out. When these schools are all going to have to chip in and do what you just said. They've got to find revenue somehow.
Yeah.
And so what's in jeopardy is a lot of the nonprofit sports that exist. There's a chance that some of the athletes that are just have skilled qualities that get them a scholarship in rowing or you name it. Could those sports be faded away because the university's like, man, we ain't got the money. We don't have the money for scholarships and all
because
that.
I doubt many people are buying tickets to those events.
Right.
Because even if they add it to every athletic event, sure, that'll help basketball, baseball, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, the rowing crowd's not going to show up and buy tickets.
No, yeah.
And here's another thing, like what.
But even like golf or tennis. I mean, there's a lot more than just. I mean, everybody's like, oh, okay, rowing, no. But I mean, if you've got a son or daughter that has excelled at whatever it is and gotten to the point where they're scholarship worthy, you don't want to see that sport go away.
That's right. That's right.
But that's what's in jeopardy.
Oh yeah, and like I say, if you got to meet these stipulations. But here's the thing, like what Florida State's going through now, the fans go, hey, we're paying you, and this is what we're getting.
Yeah.
because it's no doubt Florida State spent a lot of money on these players, and they're not panning out. So now the people who are paying that extra 10% or just donating to the collectives or whatever, they're going, hey, we got a little more. We can gripe a little more than we used to in the past because we're invested in it.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny you said that because, like with my boys and sports scholarships or whatever, I've always told them, and for college is, look, your scholarship, it's a job. I mean, they want something in return. You can't get a scholarship and not give them anything back.
No, and they're going to take it from you.
So what they want is, dependability, effort, attitude, being on time, giving it everything you got, because you got to look at it like a job. Well, that's that. But now this, I get NIL money. I mean, it is. I mean, it already was, but now we got a lot of figures behind it now, and so. If you're not producing now, it's not unnoticeable. It's like, wait a minute,
you just got more urgent than it was.
I mean the education,
to school,
right?
We're putting money in your pocket.
That's it. And look, the student athletes, they do work. I mean, yes, they're getting their education paid for, but they also, when everybody else has free time, they're working. So
no, that's true. It's nothing free about a scholarship.
No, there's not. But I mean, you do get the benefit of your education. Now, unfortunately, if you have sports like baseball, there's still families that are going into financial difficulty and their son or is on scholarship.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's sad that baseball's that way, where the coaches feel like a used car salesman because they're like, well, you get this percentage, you get that percentage. I only have this many scholarships. That's just wrong.
Aren't they adding as part of that settlement? I think aren't they giving baseball more?
I hope they need to.
I thought
I don't know. I know they definitely need to because that's tough, and that's something personal to me since my boys have had that, and it's sad, where you're sitting around going, well, okay, I get this percentage, that percentage, and then you have people on practice squads and other sports getting full rides. I mean, that's just messed up.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not part of this. But the story is Tennessee is going to add 10% increase on ticket sales for sporting events to pay.
Yeah, they say that's just one of the things they're going to do. They've got all kinds of plans because, again, like I say, that big case that's been settled, you got to fork that money out. So, yeah, but I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. A, they're killing the fans because the fans already have the expenses of the economy, and they're just wanting tickets and go experience a great event. They love their program, and so there's that side of, hey, man, you're killing the fans. And then the other side is some fans go, well, I kind of want to feel like I'm helping get players and the NIL deal and all this kind of stuff. So a slight increase in ticket sales I'll support so I can say I'm helping.
Yeah.
There's different things, and your text messages at 866-932-3244 kind of reflecting that. You're seeing both sides.
Yeah, and it says it's talking about that financial data available. You're talking about Tennessee. In 2023, they turned a $75 million profit. They had $134.9 million in revenue and $59.1 million in expenses. So that left them with they got 70,500 season tickets that are sold every year. So you talking about bumping all that up about 10%? There's a lot of money that can be brought in. They shouldn't have any problem paying their obligation.
No. Good night. So isn't it something else when professional sports are more regulated than college now?
Yeah, it's just weird. Remember all the schools got in trouble.
There just seems to be no.
I don't know where it's headed.
No lines, Wow.
Rick and Bubba.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. America, a brand new hour on a brand new day. This hour starts with our national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past. Rick and Bubba. We thank you for being with us today. Active show today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, already knocking out the kickoff hour for you. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray for the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching live or archive, hello to those of you that have Rick and Bubba affiliates on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Hello to those of you that do not and are using the TuneIn app. Glad you're here. Hello to all of you that are catching the show on an archive, whether that's on our YouTube channel, whether you're a Blaze TV subscriber, or you're using the Rick and Bubba podcast archives every day, whatever the case may be. We're glad you're here. Wednesday Bible study back today. We finished the book of Hebrews. Live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive out soon after. Also, guests today on the program, the return, as we are winding down the final year of the Rick and Bubba show. Great memories with our man on the street, Roger Lewis. Many of you have asked, where is Roger? What happened? One of the stories in the headlines has called him back to the streets of America. We'll get a report from him today. Senator Tuberville checking in again today as well. We'll break down a lot of stories to unwind. We got one we're missing, and that right there is the silver-tongued one. The man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Driving and crying.
Driving and crying.
Fly me courageous. Ooh, baby, won't you take it easy? So, Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I am good. I just noticed I'm going to have to pay 10% more for my Tennessee tickets this year or next year, and I'm kind of down about that. The new talent fee they've added on. Hey, get ready, college fans. You're about to have to pay the bill for that 20-year back payment.
Yep.
It's a 20-year back payment. What is that?
You know, the court case.
Oh.
See, that was crazy. That should have been thrown out by a judge.
Yeah.
If they've changed the law and they've changed the way they're doing it, and you were before that, you were before that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we can make it right. The legal world in our country is a little out of control right now, and it's making life very difficult for average working people.
Yes, it will. I will say this though, now I'm not talking about mid-majors and things like that. I think if all this is going to affect them too, that'll be very difficult. But when you talk about big-time college football, and the fan that you go to their closet and half the shirts in there are some various variations on their team, and I don't really think there's any price or any fee you can put on them that'll keep them out of the stadium.
Well,
you're right.
You would say that. I know a lot of people will say, well, I can't afford to go to the game anymore. If you're not a season ticket holder.
They seem to find a way.
But the price keeps going up. And, of course, the cure for high prices is high prices.
Every time
it will get to a point where people go, nah.
You said that in the past, and you're right. But every time I turn on the TV on the big game, it's packed.
Oh, yeah. We haven't hit that mark yet.
I've heard people complain about the price of everything, but they still find a way to do it. They're going to find a way to have money for their team, I promise you.
You know what does appear to be a spring coming off of this is that their tolerance for not winning is also much shorter.
Absolutely.
If they're going to pay exorbitant ticket prices,
well said, yeah.
and donate to NILs and all that kind of stuff, they want results and they want it quick, and that doesn't always work out because you have to attract these coaches with these guarantees if they're going to leave a team they're at and somewhat successful and pick their family up, move across country.
Yep.
They want guarantees. And before long, I mean, we've seen this a lot. You can have a school paying out a lot and coaching contracts that the coaches ain't been on campus for years.
So let me ask you this. I asked you this before we started because I saw this, on the texting and you guys talking about when I came in about this thing with Tennessee. So you said yes. So I had a friend of mine that is a huge fan. This is Auburn, and he said he got this. And he said, "Is this real?" And so he got this, and here's what it says underneath: for as low as $17 a month, you can support the NIL directly when you sign up using this link. Support me in my journey with Auburn athletics to be part of our success. And he said, "Am I now going to be sent things?" And this was from Peyton Thorne.
Right.
He said, "Am I now going to be sent individual players to support individual players?" Of course, Thorne.
I don't know. You should have sent that after the first.
Yeah,
one.
right. Thorne's performance against California, probably not a lot of response on this one, but he says, "Are we now going to start getting these things through the university representing various players that we're going to now send them a certain amount a month to support them?"
Well,
and he said, "Is this fake or real?"
I will say this: you always hear about the super wealthy guys that are dropping a meal or two meals or 10 meals on a program,
right?
And certainly they have to have that. But I think it's very wise. NIL is real. It's here. It's not going away.
Sure.
It may get the boundaries of it may change a little bit. It may get redefined, but the Supreme Court has said this is going to go, and there's not going to be any way around it. So it's here, and paying the athletes is critical to getting good players. I mean, it's more free open market than the NFL is right now because there's just not a lot of restrictions on it. But I know that several of the NILs they sell memberships, if you will, and you get certain benefits. You get access to players or meetings or sign things or whatever. And but they literally, you sign up, put your credit card in, and they bill you every month. And like that 17, I know one level at several schools is 19 a month, $19.95. You know, they know if you keep it under $20, people usually don't miss it. But you look at a stadium that's filled up with, 85, 90, 100,000 people, and if you could get half of them to join the NIL and pay $20 a month, I don't know if you've run the figures on that. It's an incredible amount of money. And, people can sit in the stands and complain about the offensive line, but if you get your credit card out and help get better players, you can make a difference.
Yeah,
right?
the bad part
there
is
it
if
is.
you pay for them and you're not any good.
Florida State.
So this is from Auburn. It says "Own the Victory" and it has "Support Me," and they have it set up like you're hearing from Peyton Thorne yourself, and you can support him in his journey.
I don't know about individual players. I've
orphans.
I've never seen that.
I've never heard of that, but I know you can join their collective for.
Well,
like
I wonder if
$19
that's
a
not
month.
the collective, but they're using individual players to promote it.
Maybe.
To put a little, how you do like an endorsement kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know that that's always a good deal because you don't know if
Right.
your guy's going to be on the field.
Well, that might have been after week one.
Right.
But anyway, but what I'm saying is, I guess there is a point where college football fans won't pay a certain price. I will just say, in my observation, we have not reached it yet. Maybe I don't know what that number is, but it ain't what it is now.
So your NIL membership, it's going to be like your streaming service. Yeah, I got Netflix.
Yeah.
I got, let's see, Hulu. Of course, I got the NIL deal.
Right. I support this team, that team, the Gators, the Gamecocks, whoever it might be.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Drive in, but at the amphitheater, it never rains a drop. What we need them to do, which we always appreciate, like first of all, working for cheap, and a lot of them working for free. So, so we look forward to that. It'll be a lot of fun. Remember too, one of the other things I'm trying to think of mishaps of years past. This time of year, the thunderstorms coming and going.
Yeah.
Don't do like one year it was pouring rain on the drive-in, but at the amphitheater it never rained a drop.
I remember that.
Yeah, come on to the event. Don't assume with these scattered thunderstorms, if you're getting rain driving in, and even if we get rain there for a few minutes, it usually goes away, and then...
It could be raining on one side of the parking lot, not on the other.
Yeah,
now, you know how these summer storms...
So come on...
Well, the rain's not going to keep the Army away anyway.
No, well, there's not... I don't even know what the forecast is. I just know that this time of year, you never know.
So, David,
I think it's supposed to be okay.
David, you enjoyed, and that's a good way for us to tell you thanks.
Well, we do enjoy it, and we do appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you don't feel like, hey, I mean, because we try to make it reasonable, and we want it to be fun.
Something that you want, not that you feel obligated you have to support.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it. Like I say, there's not even a question. I don't even ask my wife if I'm, if we're going to Fat Fest. I say when we get ready to order Fat Fest tickets, I need to know who all's going with us so I know how many to order.
Well, that's
There's
great.
no question. We're gonna be there no matter what.
Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, buddy. See you Saturday. Thanks, David.
We appreciate y'all. Love what you do.
Thanks. Let's go to Jason and Seal. Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Jason, welcome, sir.
Speedy.
Yeah, bud.
Man, God bless you.
I know.
Hey, and we're going to get the surveillance camera now.
I can relate to what happened to you.
Well, we all can.
I think everybody at some point in time has been in a difficult situation, and if they haven't, they're going to be.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
But you just don't like it when it happens.
When you're just around a big crowd of people, it makes it that much worse.
Oh, it does.
Oh, yeah.
To me, the whole people factor, when you're in that very personal situation, just makes it so much more degrading.
Yeah.
Well, for Speedy, he was around a bunch of people he didn't know.
Yeah.
God bless you. I see you.
Yeah. It was awful, especially when you're on my side of the door.
Yeah.
And you're going, for those of you that have ever been to a concert, the talent really never knows how full the place is till the curtains open up, and they're like, please let there be a good crowd. That was my version of it.
In reverse.
As I opened the door, I was like, please don't let there be a big crowd. Please. Please don't let there be a big crowd. We'll be back 28 minutes past the hour. Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. Okay, so, yeah, and a lot of people are, commenting now on the text line, can we name the college programs that have turned money into wins? And they're saying right now Texas looks like they may be the one who is pulling it off, turning the money into wins. And they do look good right now, and we shall see. The other part is someone was talking about their experience going to a game, said I had the tickets to see Alabama, sent to my daughter and boyfriend. They couldn't get in because trying to find a place to park was getting up to $100 to park, and said sad for the average working people. And you do wonder, I do think the stadiums will stay full because that's been the experience, but I think there is a point to be made to where big-time college football games, you'll have the students, and then the rest of the seats will probably be filled like the Super Bowl with people who are just really wealthy. And people who are not wealthy will not be at the game. It'll still be full. It'll just be full of certain types of people only.
Rick, here's the thing, and again, I think you can always look around at history and learn from it. There was one time that NASCAR was so hot, you couldn't get into place.
Yeah.
And we saw the fans revolt against ticket prices.
Yep.
And the whole experience. And they have been building that back up. It's still a great sporting event, but it's not what it was. I mean, we saw them taking down stands at Talladega.
They downsized.
And so I don't think anything is above. You would have thought that NASCAR was untouchable.
Oh,
at
it
that
was.
time.
You're right. In the 90s.
But if you go too far, it's a short step, as we've always said, from the penthouse to the outhouse, and it is hard to get back.
Yeah.
It is. And I think what we're talking about now, and this is the part that I think is the closest thing to the quickest reality, there are some programs in college football we're nowhere near it being the people not willing to find the money to go. But that's only going to end up being, maybe a dozen programs. Then these other programs where the fans don't quite have that kind of, it's not a religion to them. It's just something they kind of enjoy.
And it's about wins and losses.
Yeah, those people might go away. I mean, you're going to have some programs, it's not going to matter. But the problem is it's going to reduce down to only being a handful of programs that the fans still are willing to pay whatever. And, when you get into some of this, I mean, look, we used to laugh about it when Dad was coaching at Jacksonville State. Now, that was Division II, and we had a lot of success there, and we would play playoff games, and we'd play games against rivals. Of course, that was important that you had rivals.
Yep.
Ones
that could drive.
And the stadium, would be full, but under further review, you would find out there's a ton of people in those seats that were given tickets.
Right.
Because you're creating an atmosphere, and you weren't in that kind of bind of saying, well, ticket sales is, but when you get to where this kind of money's around, there ain't gonna be no free tickets. There's not gonna be any. It's gonna be, and then you, like this person just pointed out, parking. Concessions.
Oh, you add it all up, and you go to you got quite a day. Let's not forget too, Mike Gundy with Oklahoma State wanted QR codes on the helmet, and the NCAA turned them down. I mean, that's kind of where we're going. Literally tried to go, no, we want to put QR codes on our players' helmets or uniforms, and the NCAA turned them down.
So people could donate to them directly.
Yeah. The NCAA. This is back from August 31st. But the NCAA blocked Oklahoma State from wearing QR codes for NIL funds on helmets, and it's called the decals break rule, I guess. I don't know, but they blocked them and said no. So I mean, that's kind of where we're going. Each university is trying to get so creative on how they can bring funds in. With Tennessee, it's 10% increase in sales. Others, it's apps and bombarding everybody's smartphone on donate this and donate that,
And what we're referring to, Tennessee has announced what is believed to be the first arrangement of its kind. Tennessee fans for all sports will be charged a 10% talent fee on tickets to help pay athletes as part of a new revenue-sharing plan that's set to begin in 2025. Now, isn't this part of that lawsuit also? Yeah. The university shared the news with football season ticket holders via an email on Tuesday, which included an impassionated 4-minute video from the athletic director, Danny White, telling fans the talent fee and other strategies were part of an extensive plan to continue our dominance in college athletics and to build something like never seen before. If they'll go and get 10%, they'll be back for more.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because it also in the article, it listed the student ticket doubled.
Yeah,
and then they expect it to go up again next year.
I have predicted, and I it may be later than sooner, but I think you will see this hit these coaches' salaries too at some point. I think they will put more money into players and less into coaching. Not that the coaches are going to be for free or anything. Don't get me wrong;
they're going to be all right.
But I think the time of the $1 million a game coaches is going to peel off here in the near future. I'm predicting that.
Totally agree, because I think what's going to happen, you just hit it. In the past, you remember we used to all sit there and go, can you really get on to players for not being loyal when this coach, is paid $1 million a game, and then somebody says we'll pay you $2 million a game, and then they go off and leave them?
Yeah.
So you kind of, and then they're sitting there at that time playing for some of them for an education, others not even for that. Because a lot of them have partials and things like that, or they don't have any scholarship at all. So you're right. I think you're going to see a shift there where somebody goes, all right, so when we look at this budget, if we bought the best players, if you vet them out properly, maybe a coach that's not as expensive could still win lots of games with a great football team.
There you go. It's just like the thing we've talked about, running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers get a lot of the headlines, but it appears the teams that have the best lines win more.
You better believe it. If you can control that line of scrimmage on offense and defense, you are all right.
Yep. If you can have an outstanding line and average running backs, you'll do better than star running backs with an average line.
100%.
Yep.
That is a great place for investment. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where you just foundationally feel good.
Yeah. It's easy to run when nobody's hanging on you.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
on their tax plan. We've had a lot of people want us to have the governor on the program. It really doesn't make sense for the whole network because a lot of you that listen to the show, like, say, in South Dakota, couldn't care less. So we're going to actually have an additional hour of the show for the Alabama stations only who want to carry it.
You can carry it if you're outside, but I just, we didn't think you'd care. But.
Yeah, well, okay, anybody who wants to, from
sure.
10 to 11 Central Time on August 27th.
MTV has Rock the Vote. We will have Rick and Bubba's Eat the Vote.
Yeah, so a lot of you have been wondering when we will do that. So that's coming up August 27th between 10 and 11 Central Time. The governor will be here to answer your questions on the tax plan and our questions as well.
Yeah, email me those too, and I'm trying to get those organized, and we'll present them. We'll take calls, and, we've had all kind of things going on around that, and we'll put a lot of that to rest that day.
To the phones at 877-WE-BE-BIG, we have Chris in Huntsville, Alabama. Chris is listening to the Rocket 95.1, and he can also watch on Turner South if he has the right package. What's up?
Dudes, when does this end?
You've got the same bug?
I sure do.
For me, if it's the same one, which only involved one way for everything you tried to take in to exit, mine was about 48, about 2 days and a half.
Yeah, I'm on the last half day, and I feel myself coming around. I'm good now.
But you feel awful.
Oh, yeah.
With me, I had the headache, and I had all that when I was on. My anniversary trip.
And
that's a good time to have.
Mine was not as severe as far as having to drive a long distance and do an NFL game, but I had a very active weekend, so I just kind of had to live with it. And I'm gonna tell you what, hey, that's fun.
Speedy, I felt a lot like you because I had to drive a long way and perform. I know it can be terrible.
I'm waiting for a spleen to drop out or something. My gosh.
Yes. There were times where, you think, well, this shouldn't be going this severe. Something's wrong with me, and should I seek help from the emergency room? I know.
This goes back again when we were all kids, all of us that are our age, used to get a shot of some type of penicillin. I know my doctors alternated. I had ampicillin and Omnipen. That was even I could read the thing, and whatever you got last time, you got the other one the next time. And is everything viral now, or were they just doing the wrong thing then?
Yeah.
I want somebody to complain about it.
Yeah.
But I feel better now if I get a shot. In my mind, I'd rather have a shot.
How many days in are you, Chris, on this?
I've been in Saturday and Sunday, and I'm off work today.
Yeah, this will be it. You're done today.
What a great off day.
Yeah, but you're going to have a terrible headache tomorrow. You're going to feel like you've been hitting the head mule or something, kicked.
And if you're like me, the thirst that you have because you're borderline on dehydrating.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't, so just keep drinking.
That's what gives you a headache, isn't it, being dehydrated?
Yeah.
Will do.
All right,
well,
good luck with it, buddy.
And you know what? I had good luck with Powerade and stuff. I think that helps to replenish you quicker than just fluids does.
Yeah.
Little electrolytes.
Let's go to Ryan in Nashville, Tennessee, listening to 104.5 The Zone. What's up, Ryan?
Nothing much. How's it going?
Ryan, welcome.
Thank you. I just called. I called your. Started listening to the show shortly after you were talking about what happened to Speedy, and I called to have Fire Marshal Megan fill me in on what happened, and that's just totally embarrassing.
Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah, that's the bottom of the barrel there.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the bottom of the barrel there.
Oh, no.
You should have been me.
You know what we didn't think about either? These security camera systems, how they'll switch. A lot of them will, switch to different cameras, and it's on one tape. They have cameras in the parking lot, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
no.
I was just thinking.
Cameras in the parking lot.
Sure.
Speedy was naked.
Oh, my God.
Changing clothes. Oh, please. When will
How
that
about
tape
this?
be here?
If the car wash has got a security camera, that may be the one to have when we took a bath down there.
It was one of those extensions. It was one of those extensions.
Did you get the foaming brush?
Yeah. It was one of those. It was actually one of those drive-through ones.
That's right. That'll work. All right, so a lot of you are listening to us right now on the Everyday Earbuds from buyraycon.com/bigbox, and you're loving it. Sound profiles, we love that. They've always had that where you can kind of, If I'm listening to, the show, I go to one sound profile, wait a minute, it sounds like that they're going to play a little funk for me. I'll go to another sound profile, whatever the case may be, those optimized gel tips, where they're comfortable in your ear. And those things have been there, but they've added to those ergonomic design, active noise cancellation, multi-point connectivity, get two devices going at once. And also the beautiful thing about these earbuds, these colors, and I like the neon colors, I like a little flash. That's one thing Sherry talks about all the time. Boy, when I met Rick, buddy, he likes a little flash. You and I, Bubba, wardrobe-wise, we like a little flash. We like a little color, a little pop.
Well, I'm not quite the flash I used to be.
Buddy, I'm telling you. But anyway, so they got some great colors. They look cool. They fit snug. They sound great. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And then, of course, we're going to get you an additional 15% off because you love the show and free shipping. So why don't you go right now to buyraycon.com/bigbox. What are you waiting on? How much longer are we going to talk about these things? Don't you feel out of the loop? Go get yours. Get 15% off and free shipping. Also have a link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we're having people that are now sending us real, game figures. We just saw somebody that says 4 tickets to the last game they went to, $120 a piece, $75 for parking. And by the time the 4 people ate concessions, $250.
What a day.
So, and the quote that person said is, can't go back. We'll never go back. Cannot afford this. So that's, you're creeping right at $1,000 right there for 4 people to go to a football game.
Also, we had a question on the text line: do the schools share in the TV revenue like the NFL? And absolutely they do, but they do it through the conferences. For instance, the SEC paid out more than $718 million this last year to member schools. That works out to about $51.3 million to each school, excluding bowl expenses retained by the participating schools. This amount comprised of revenue generated from television agreements, postseason bowl games, the college football playoff, the SEC football championship game, the SEC men's basketball tournament, and the NCAA championships. So all of that comes out, and like I say, the member schools will make 51.3. You add Texas and Oklahoma, that's 2 more people getting paid, but they also will bring money to the table, and you'll probably see that go up again this next year, probably to around 55 million to each school.
To the most naive tech so far, maybe we should pay these players for their preference in the classroom instead of on the field. Let's be real. Most players aren't there for an education. They just want to play ball and party. Well, I understand your sentiment, and it's a sweet one, but not only do the players not care, most of them, none of the fans care.
Really.
So you're missing that element. The fans don't care about that either, as Bubba and I have made fun of for years. And look, we're just as guilty as anybody. No one jumps up and down after getting beat by your rivalry and say, I think our grade point average is better.
No.
Yeah. Let a school that is had a winning tradition, let them lose 8 games. Nobody asked about what the grade point average is or how many people they graduated. It's just not real. It's entertainment, and people want their team to win. That's the bottom line. The number of people who follow a school is much larger and much greater than the people who attended the school.
Well, absolutely. You were talking about the NASCAR analogy, and it's a good one. One of the things that also played into the demise of NASCAR, or the downgrade, was the TV coverage got so good and the prices got so high, people said, I'm not missing the race, I'm just not going there. So could football also, because the coverage of football, I've already said this on the air, y'all know that, but I prefer to watch them at home. I don't enjoy going to games. I would prefer to be at home watching it. So do you think when, it's not like, we even have a thing that we did in one of our men's Bible study where we talk about if you had the money for your season tickets and you knew that God was calling you to give it to the advancement of the kingdom of God, the worst thing that could happen is you now have to watch it in HD on your 72-inch screen. You're really a martyr.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is it's not exactly horrible to say, oh, no, I don't have to go to the stadium. I think I'll just – you're not going to miss the game. The game's still going to be on TV.
Do you remember?
As a matter of fact, all games are on TV now.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were growing up, they wouldn't televise a game unless it was a sellout.
Right.
And you might have plans to watch your favorite team on the weekend, and they would black it out if they didn't sell the tickets. But
do you think we'll go back to something like that if the tickets started dropping off?
No, I think the
TV money's so good.
The TV money is so good they would do that, and that really. Putting people in the seats is, as we've seen with some of these other leagues, is not their top priority money-wise.
A lot of money in the TV coverage. Of course, it does take away from the TV coverage if you don't have a good atmosphere. But
it's really kind of a
like
tail wagging the dog situation.
I didn't watch any football, I think, maybe except the national championship game in the COVID season.
Right.
It was just too depressing. So Georgia, we were talking about this, the Alabama-Georgia game is coming up. It looks like people still keep reporting that Trump's going to go there. If both of those teams win this week, and I'm sure they will, are they both playing this week?
Somebody's Bama, or are they both off?
I don't know. They may be off. But when they play, not this weekend, but next weekend in Tuscaloosa, the price is revolving around that on hotels, people renting out their houses, parking. It's going to be unbelievable. And now the other element that Trump might be coming.
Oh,
can you imagine? But you were talking about Georgia. Georgia just we mentioned it in passing.
Yeah.
But they also made a ruling that was mentioned.
Yeah, this is odd because the NCAA, we act like there's some evil monster out there. They are made by the universities. Mm-hmm. They work for the universities. Yeah. They are the ones that created a group and have to have rules to live by.
They're both off.
But Georgia, yesterday, Governor Brian Kemp signed an order into law that prohibits the NCAA or athletic conferences from punishing any university or college in Georgia for offering compensation or compensating a college student athlete for the use of the student's NIL. So basically what they have approved in Georgia is that the school can pay them directly, bottom line.
Yeah.
And they're saying the NCAA cannot touch them. But you have to, this is where it gets really weird. To be a member of the NCAA, you have to follow their rules. It's a club that you join, and you have to follow their rules. Now, the Supreme Court has put some limits on what the NCAA can do.
Yep.
But now seeing these states trying to jump on this is going to be a totally if you thought it was confusing and weird, you hadn't seen anything yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet, so we'll see. We'll come back. America, your thoughts on this, and then we'll move on to some other things. We still got Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up on the show, and the return of Roger Lewis today, our man on the street. So many of you have been asking, whatever happened to Roger Lewis? Well, today we send him to Springfield, Ohio. He'll have a report for us. So when we come back, we'll ask you how you feel about all of this, because, the bottom line is what say the people. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Phone calls when we come back. All 10 lines are available to you, so that's quite a bit of an update on the current state of big-time college football. A lot of info. Now, what say you, the fans? 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where if you got gas, do you want the car washed? Yes, and you can get one for $6 or something. And so I just drove around to that side over back behind there where they had the vacuum cleaner where you could also vacuum your car out, and it was kind of
wet dry.
Yeah.
What were you doing with that?
Huh?
Anyway, we go ahead.
And so I just pulled up next to it like I was, vacuuming out the car and.
You know a security camera's pointed right at those vacuums. God. Make sure somebody ain't ripping it off.
You're right.
Hey, Christopher, call the car wash. That's who we need to
y'all owe me $1, because I'm putting on a show for y'all. I mean, if that's the case. I mean, I was in survival mode.
Grady in China Grove.
We may have $10,000 on our hands, by the way, if we get that tape.
Down now. So what's up, Grady?
Hey, I got a couple things I want to ask. Do you guys have access to the Charlotte Observer down there?
The Charlotte Observer?
By the internet.
Okay, you need to get it and go on page, on section E. They've got a story in here on public restrooms, and it's awfully funny.
Okay, good.
And then I got something else.
What's that?
Katie ought to be proud. You got a dog named after you, a Shih Tzu.
You know, every time you talk about public bathrooms, the movie Dumb and Dumber, which is going to be, we're going to be hosting. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, sure.
We're going to be hosting it on Turner South. And hey, folks, set your TiVo, your VCR now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But that is such a funny scene when he's well, you just can't go into it.
I know.
It sure is funny. There's a lot of funny scenes in that one.
Oh, that's one of the funny. It's a hilarious movie. Jerry in Fort Payne, Alabama, and from Fort Payne, Alabama. Jerry, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
Well, we're good.
Speedy, I just want to say, man, I feel your pain. I have severe stomach trouble every day.
Do you really?
Yes, I do, and I feel you, son.
Well, I want to thank old Rick Burgess there. Well, it was my fault. But these bottled waters, I guess we need to put our initial, but we go through so many of them so quickly.
Sure.
I just grabbed the wrong one, and it was deadly. I mean, it's
and you knew it was
but for me to forget about it and move on, here I go, Titans game, and I said,
sledgehammer, baby.
Well, I tell you, medicine every day, and my wife messes with me every day about it. I tell you, it's pure heck.
Man, I hate that for you.
Oh, I know.
I wouldn't like to live life that way.
Welcome to the 30s, Speedy. I told you it's all going to start going downhill.
Down the tubes, baby. That's what it is. Remember Mickey Dean told you, enjoy going to the bathroom when you want to.
Yeah. Golly.
Those days are over.
More fiber.
We'll come back.
Less spark.
A look at the wacky world when we return.
What?
And then fax 205-945-3999. rickandbubba.com is the website.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it's phone call time, baby. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. Let's go to Jesse in the great state of Tennessee. Jesse, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Go Big Orange, guys.
Go Big Orange. Rocky Top, baby.
Let's go. Now, I'm like an analyst I heard on Paul Feinbaum yesterday. The way inflation is right now, it's probably a bad time to raise the price of these tickets and all this stuff. But he said at least they're not like our government. They're dead honest about what it's about. They said, look, we're raising the price of our tickets. If y'all, as fans, want the NIL money to pick up these players that y'all want to build the team that y'all want, this is one of the ways to do it. And he was talking about, many of the schools in the SEC, ACC, Big Ten, they've looked at doing this, but they just haven't done it yet. So Tennessee kind of fired the starting pistol and, started this whole race. So, I see other teams doing it as well. But another topic I had was I was in downtown Athens, Alabama, and I passed this house right on the square, and there's a Kamala Harris and Tim Walz sign. And the guy was out there picking up sticks. I personally didn't, but I can't help but imagine how many times he gets told he's number one in Athens, Alabama.
I bet you're right about that. No, I think, I don't know where this law of diminishing return is. I don't know. But I think the straightforward approach, y'all claim that y'all want us to have the best players in the country. Y'all want national championship teams. Are you willing to help us pay for it? Yeah. And I think most fans will say yes.
You know what's going to happen? You're going to have a coach that is having an underperforming team, and he's going to be fed up with it.
Yep.
And he's going to be in a press conference, and he's going to say, look, if you're tired of us losing to this school over here, you're going to have to send us money.
Yeah.
We got to buy the kind of players they're getting. And if not, if you're just going to sit in the stands and complain and not chip in, then you're just wasting your breath.
I'm not so sure that Tennessee didn't just do that with just the athletic director. You know what I mean? So, and that's kind of what the caller was saying. At least they're being straightforward about it.
Yeah.
Todd in Boaz. Todd, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba.
What up, buddy?
Rick, I was with you in Gadsden before Bubba was cool, and talk about coming full circle.
Yes.
But what I was, you were talking about watching the game at home. Last time I was at Auburn, I know you've been since they got the new Jumbotron. I ended up watching the Jumbotron and not the game. So you go to the game to watch TV now.
Well, let me
so
tell you.
True. You're right, Todd.
So does everybody else, including the players. After every play, you see every head in that place turn to the Jumbotron.
Yeah, it's so true. So, Todd, did you work in Oxford, or did you say in Gadsden at Q104?
When you were at Q104 back when Bubba was sticking his head in the door, I was with you. In fact, even called in a couple of times. It's been a minute. Like I tell people, we're almost talking last century.
Oh, yeah. So you're talking about just as a caller. You didn't work there.
No, I didn't work there.
I got you.
I was with you as a listener at the beginning of the whole thing, and I remember you were still doing some local remotes back then. So it's been a minute, but I've been with you the whole time and have really enjoyed it, and looking forward to the new version of what's coming. So I wish you both a whole lot of good luck.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that, buddy. We continue. Let's go to Jason and Phil Campbell. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to pose the question: had you rather win the Scholars Bowl or the Iron Bowl? I mean, come on, guys.
Oh, sure. That's an easy answer to every football fan.
Yes. I think one way to regulate this so-called free agency in college football, instead of offering 4-year scholarships, offer 2-year scholarships and make those binding contracts so the athletes has to stay at that school for 2 years. Because, I mean, most of them is going to transfer or go to the NFL after 2 years anyway.
Yeah, can you do that, Bubba? You think there's any way that you can make that stick?
Well, first off, the scholarships are usually year to year.
They are year to year.
So that, is kind of a catch on this. I don't know where it'll end up. It could go several ways. It could get more Wild West, or it could get roped in a little bit. And I really don't know. It's really a situation we've never seen before.
Well, you remember, so we went back, and of course we knew this firsthand. The scholarships, as Bubba just said, are year to year. But you remember schools before NIL, they started saying, what advantage could we get? And they started guaranteeing the scholarships. Remember, they started going back to saying, if you sign with us, we'll guarantee you 5 years.
Right.
That we'll provide your education. And of course, that's meaningless now with the NIL stuff. But remember, schools started trying to get an advantage with that. Yeah.
I know too. We kept a young lady. She stayed with us when she was in town on the pro tour at the tennis tournaments we were having in Pelham, and she went to Duke. and I asked her why she chose Duke over other schools.
I remember this, yeah.
And she said they guarantee my scholarship, so I can turn pro after a year, and then I can come back 10 years later, finish my education, and get a degree for free because they guaranteed the whole time. And that was a decision in where she went to school, just like maybe NIL money is now.
Yeah, so it as you just said, we're in uncharted territory, and we'll see, where it goes from here. But so I mean, I still think we're at the point now where fans want to win more than they're concerned about price at this point. But,
Right.
But at some point, now,
There's an interesting number right there.
All right, so just bought 2 tickets for me and my daughter to the Ole Miss LSU game, $1,488.89. Hey.
Hey, guys, it's going to be on TV.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I know somebody who just got 2 tickets to the Oklahoma-Auburn game.
Mm-hmm.
They were good seats,
mm-hmm.
a little over $3,000.
Again,
yeah,
I can sit at home.
Yeah, is that?
And we're not talking about, this is not going to be a matchup of 2 top 5 teams.
No. All right, so let me throw this at you, Greg.
You
okay?
got one
because you're probably about the level of fan that I am. Okay, we're probably pretty similar.
Yeah.
If there's not blood on the field, we really would rather just watch it.
Yes.
Okay. So, but let's say, there's nothing. So, what is the ticket price you're willing? What is your? And I know you would have a lower ceiling, and I would too, than a rabid fan. So I got that. So if somebody, let's say this, it's a huge game. Let's say something like, let's say you're an Alabama fan or a Georgia fan. It's Alabama, Georgia, 1 week from this Saturday. And by the way, we did hear from y'all. Both teams are off this week, so they'll be undefeated when they play. So is the ticket price for you $100 a piece?
I mean, I would pay that, but
yeah, would you pay $200 a piece?
Yeah, probably.
$300? I'm trying to find your
No,
seat.
here's
where does he break at?
Here's
Rick?
where I'm at.
$500 a piece.
I can't be fair
for 2 tickets.
In this, I can't be fair. No, I will not pay that.
Okay, $300 then. That's your ceiling. I think.
Really.
I think your ceiling's $300.
But let me tell you why. It ain't so much just the cost of the ticket that's getting me. I just do not have any desire to get in the middle of that mess. I just don't. It's such a crowd. I do the same thing with concerts. I used to go to. I don't even go to that. I don't want to do it. I can't do it.
Can I tell you? I wrote off concerts before I wrote off ball games. But
Yeah.
I'm in
But
the
you know
same.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, you're
the
right.
hassle factor.
You're right, exactly. And I think you and me, Greg, a little more.
I'll go to high school games. I enjoy watching live football. I enjoy going to high school games.
Not a big hassle there. Can get in pretty easy.
That's right. I just can't. What all it takes to go to a game like you're talking about.
Oh, my goodness.
The ticket price is part of it, but to me, it's more. The bigger factor is dealing with the hassle.
I remember.
And now the seats, unless you're in a suite,
right?
Now that'll change it. If I'm in a suite or something, it's fine. You sit in there now. You remember when they recognized Dad? We went to Auburn about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And then we got to sit and watch them play Georgia.
Oh,
and it was miserable.
It was miserable
because I'm like this in the middle of
no
strangers.
room, people sitting on top of you.
I know it is. Now, if I'm in a suite, that's a completely different thing.
But it with people's wallets already strained, and that not going to improve anytime soon. It is a question, but people have their priorities, and that is, are you going to go to ball games? Are you going to be in a hunting camp?
Sure,
or are you going to be a camper person? I mean, you got all these different.
But when you look at it, I was just thinking about the election in November. I really think what we're talking about. I think the ceiling is one price if Trump wins. If Kamala Harris wins, that ceiling's going to come down.
Oh yeah. Did you see what the billionaire investor suggested everybody do if Kamala wins?
No, I didn't see that.
He says, I'm pulling every dime out of the market and going cash.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Covenant Eyes. Okay, Covenant Eyes. We've gone quite a bit into this, and I know it's not a comfortable topic, but sometimes just because something makes us uncomfortable, our failure to address it means we're not making any progress, and this is a fact. And if you don't believe it, just look at the numbers the porn industry produces. Porn is a problem in our society. It's a problem in the church. It's a problem outside the church. And Covenant Eyes has been working very hard to help. You realize how many marriages are destroyed by this evil? And so for 24 years, they've been helping, Christians navigate the online world, protecting their families, freedom from pornography with their software, free educational content. Well, now they're bringing another resource, and that's the Covenant Eyes podcast. Now, this show's dedicated to helping, unpack the positive, because technology can be a positive thing. Also the negative sides of technology and how as Christians we can redeem it for good. They're going to have leading tech experts on the podcast, Christian thought leaders, pastors, therapists. They'll dive into topics like the effects of tech on children, pornography, obviously, ethical questions for a Christian, maybe involving technology like AI. So all of that is part of the podcast. This is really, really good content. So if you'd like to learn how to navigate your faith and technology in ways that honor God, not compromise God, check out the podcast wherever you listen to your favorite shows. Go to covenanteyes.com, too. You'll find out more about it and other amazing resources. And remember, their software, you can always try that for free for 30 days using the promo code Rick at checkout.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
We're back 13 minutes to the top of the hour. Fire Marshal Megan informs me that a lot of people are calling that have joined the show late, not knowing Speedy's story from this morning. Tomorrow, if we can get the security camera tapes that we hope to get, we can recap it for you. Bottom line, Speedy picked up a little stomach problem from me during a TV shoot on Friday, and it hit him hard going to the Titans game to work on Saturday.
Had an unforgiving stomach attack.
And he, bottom line is, he did not make it. So that you can imagine the rest. But we'll and we think
he made it to the game, but not the stop.
Yeah, he made it to the game, but he did not make it to the stop in time. And at one point found himself. Oh, here he is. Here's Christopher Columbus. He's there where it happened.
He just took off, huh?
Hey, I wasn't sure if, there's a lot of gas stations off exits, but I did notice at the intersection there were, pardon the pun, there were some skid marks, so I figured this was probably it. And
okay, look, I want to admit I'm really nervous right now.
So you found it already?
Yeah, I found it. Was there two bathroom doors for men and women?
Yes.
Okay, this is it, and they said they remember it.
Yeah.
They remember it. You don't forget that.
Win, play, show.
Yeah, win, play, show.
All right,
there are cameras outside, but there's nothing at the car wash.
Lord, thank you.
Well, there's always cameras out, but all the way around, so that we still might be okay.
And for those of you that didn't get the story, in a nutshell, no pun intended here, Speedy did end up with his clothing,
Well, he had a blowout.
And he had to strip completely naked and then figure out how to get out of the bathroom to his car.
Am I brave enough to go into the bathroom right now and just look around?
No, I wouldn't do that. I would go for the tape. Will they let you have it, Chris?
They're checking right now.
Okay, they're going to see if they...
I'm now in the bathroom, and it's pretty clean.
Well, yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Well, when you bring fire hoses in,
How about your stand? Is there a little white garbage can in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Of course, there's the normal, you-know-what, above the toilet there.
Well, see what you can do, Christopher, and let us know.
I'll call you back.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
So we're looking for... Yeah, let's go. 6 minutes past. Speedy, Greg, and Adler here today. We thank you for being with us. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And do we have something good coming up?
Look, people said that when they heard us mention this today, they set up out of the bed with just new energy. And a lot of you have been asking what happened to our man on the street, Roger Lewis. We haven't heard from him in years. And apparently he's gone back out on the streets to Springfield, Ohio.
Well, it is a hot point right now if you're a cat or dog owner.
And so Roger Lewis making his return to the Rick and Bubba Show. Roger, are you there?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. Good morning, Roger Lewis out of retirement this morning from Springfield, Ohio.
Roger, we're glad to have you on the street. A lot of stories coming out of that city. What is really happening there?
Thank you so much. I'm glad you asked. Residents here are gripped in fear that poor little Fifi won't make it home alive.
Good morning.
Good morning. I spent some time yesterday afternoon in the exotic bird aisle of the local Petco. The residents here, they are concerned. I spoke with Shelley Waters, whose domestic short hair's name is Dusty Muffington. She said she spoke to Dusty last night about the situation, and she said that Dusty replied, "It's no big deal." Now, it was at that moment, Rick and Bubba, I realized that Miss Waters was bat-cat crazy.
Yeah!
Good morning.
And good morning.
I pulled it out of there, and I want you to be aware that corporate America has claimed some commentary on the controversy.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, Rick and Bubba.
No.
No, the pet medication delivery company PetMeds.com has stated it's against eating domestic animals such as cats or dogs.
Oh, wow.
Purina has condemned the comments, and just last night, the Meow Mix spokesperson issued the following statement at a press conference. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good, Rick.
No, it really doesn't.
It's scary stuff.
But such passion. But such passion.
Aware.
Yeah.
I just found this out on X. Red Lobster has announced it will be discontinuing its all-you-can-eat shrimp bonanza effective immediately.
No! Come on!
No.
I'm not sure what that has to do with eating cats or dogs. I think they're trying to stave off another bankruptcy. You also may not be aware, Rick and Bubba, that the Rick and Bubba news department is global.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
it is.
Yes, sure.
That is how I know the French citizens in favor of eating horse meat have weighed in on the controversy.
Oh, wow.
Here in Springfield.
Yeah.
What'd they say?
Well, they have responded by asking the question, what's the big deal? If you don't like dog or cat meat, baby, have you tried horse meat?
Sorry, Henry.
They're sort of one-trick ponies over there. You know what I mean?
Roger, come on, buddy.
Yep.
Apparently, eating domestic animals south of the border is a normalized occurrence, Rick and Bubba. This is absolutely shocking information.
Yes, yeah. Oh, wow.
As a matter of fact, there is a famous children's book author in Mexico. It's not Dr. Seuss. It's Dr. Jesus.
Maybe a slight knockoff.
Children have been learning to read with popular Dr. Jesus books, such as The Cat on the Plate, One Dog, Two Dog, Hot Dog, Hot Dog, and my favorite, of course, Green Eggs and Cats.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Vaguely familiar, yes.
In an attempt to capitalize on this controversy, this is really, I'm not sure I know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
The No Frills, No Kills animal shelter just off Hanover Square, they're offering a special promotion. when you adopt a wiener dog, you receive 2 family-sized cans of Hormel chili.
Good morning.
Rick and Bubba, I wanted to bring this to a close with some good news this morning.
Oh, please do.
For the first time in the history of their 2 organizations, the Springfield JCs and the Springfield Toastmasters are working together to present a benefit concert for triggered residents.
Not triggered residents.
It is scheduled to be this Friday night, and it will be emceed by weekend weatherman and Dick Clark impersonator Jerry Orlando.
I can tell you're choked up about it.
Roger.
Yeah.
Well, he's a treasure.
Bubba, it's very upsetting, but I'm telling you, it's going to be a fantastic night. Good morning.
Good morning.
Capital Steps will perform the Kamala Cackle. I don't know what that means.
Right.
The Doubters of the Solid Gold Dancers will perform. And the headliner, ladies and gentlemen, the Al Stewart Tribute Band will perform a staring rendition of Year of the Cat. Roger Lewis, out of retirement, back for you once again this morning.
Roger.
Good morning.
Thank you, Roger. I know it was tough getting out of bed and back on the road.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm asking the question today, how much is that doggy in the window?
Yeah. Gives a whole new spin to that, doesn't it, Roger? Thank you, Roger Lewis.
Thank you, Roger.
Good morning.
Oh,
there goes Roger Lewis. He's back.
Oh, that was good.
Oh,
that
wow.
was good. What a blast from the past.
You know what? That may have been a missed line right there from the text world. Says that Kirk Herbstreit has decided not to take his dog anywhere near Ohio.
Yes.
That's pretty good. You know, Roger he got a little choked up on on local weatherman and Dick Clark impersonator.
Yeah, what's his name? Gary Orlando?
No.
Jerry Orlando.
It was so good.
I usually dig out a couple of Roger Lewis's on Best of Days.
Yes, solid gold.
There's a lot.
He sounded like he was as energetic as ever.
Oh, yeah.
So it wasn't easy getting there.
No,
he said travel. It was tough.
Yeah, it is tough. It's
getting into Springfield.
Well, you know, it was a big story to get him out of retirement. So
yeah, I kept watching yesterday. Did y'all see yesterday where the people there kept putting up videos, going, "Okay, can we just give you the?" And it really was what we were saying. Do we have a problem with busloads of anybody being poured out at gas stations in Springfield? That's a problem. It is. Have people seen people grab, these geese from the reservoir? Yes. No one has seen anybody eat a cat or a dog. There's been no documentation of that at
Rick,
all. Yeah, But so we'll see.
Kamala.
But Roger Lewis said it's triggering people left and right.
Yeah, triggered. I love triggered people. That's good.
We'll come back. P. Diddy.
Hey,
oh buddy,
He got some folks nervous.
P. Diddy. What up, Diddy? That doesn't look good. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We won't. All we would have would be a shot of Speedy going in and out of the bathroom.
Yeah, that's just the panic.
When he tried to make his way to the car with his now soaking wet shorts on that he washed out in the sink. So, man, I know. It's bad. I hate you had to go through that. We all do.
How bizarre.
We all hate.
I
know if you heard about this story from Associated Press. A man has been killed. He was killed Saturday when his long hair got caught in the amusement park ride that he owned, pulling him up 40 foot high before he fell back into a fence. Did y'all hear about that?
My gosh.
The gentleman was 40. He was co-owner of the Paradise Amusements touring group, I guess, based out of Idaho. He was spraying lubricant on the tracks of the Superloop 2, a roller coaster style ride at the Island County Fair wherever. The ride was in progress at the time, and McKay's hair got caught on a car full of fairgoers, the sheriff said. He was pulled up around 40 foot in the air and then fell. Hundreds of people witnessed the incident and said that now they are seeking counselors. It was unclear whether anyone on the ride might have tried to reach McKay.
So, in other words, they're saying that to see this was so traumatizing, everybody has run to find a counselor?
I guess so.
This also, I understand the people at the convenience store have had to seek counseling.
Yes, yes, a lot of that today, a lot of counseling.
Bubba, it scalped him and down he went. Hey, now. Hey.
Long hair.
Well.
Around equipment, not a good idea.
No.
OSHA won't be happy with that one.
The good news is the odds of me getting my hair tangled in anything while I'm working hard on it, probably not.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, they have a few jobs for the old workplace. I imagine they'll have a few more now. Gosh knows these traveling shows are safe, though.
Yeah, well, have you ever seen the people that run the rides?
I know. We've talked about it before.
I told you the time that I was on a ride, and there was a big Indian running it, and he just left and got mad and just scrolled and walked off and left us on it.
While you were going?
Wide open.
Billy! And, you know, I've always been a little nervous about a Ferris wheel that, you know, carries you up, and it, like, came in, folded up like it was a boat trailer, you know?
Yeah, traveling fairs, you go, rides are already sketchy enough when they're there year-round.
Yeah, and good maintenance on them.
Yeah, but when they get on the back of a truck and then they unload them and start putting them together with equipment that looks like it's wearing out a little bit.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's, you know, say run by somebody who's, you know, waiting on their casino license to come in or something, and, you know, they're not really fired up about what they're doing.
When you go into the trailer and there's a fat man with a cigar with money on the table counting it out, and do you think that he always makes sure he pulls off a certain percentage for maintenance? Probably not.
Worries you just a little bit.
If he was going to cut somewhere, where do you think it would be? Spending a lot of money on the equipment?
Yeah. Good gracious. How about
but there's a certain thrill to it. I mean, we'll have a traveling fair, you know, you don't know what's going to happen.
We'll have a new OSHA rule now, no long hair.
Oh, yeah.
Probably already had that.
Hey, Bubba, this is the traveling fair.
I know.
I don't. The word OSHA, I don't think. I mean, you talking about falling on deaf ears.
I know.
So you mean that while you were on a ride, somebody just
just quit. They got mad and left.
You know what's a little strange about this? The fact that he had decided while it was running.
Hey, Rick.
Okay, and there's fairgoers, you know, on the thing. He's having to oil it up. I mean, shouldn't that be done prior to the day's fun? You know, maybe when you wrap up at night.
Do you think they will read this story at every factory where people are mad about hairnets?
Sure.
Yes. Okay, everybody's mad about the hairnets. Got a story from you. 20 minutes passed by request from the text line. Little Mr. Lucky, the world's greatest garage band, for the one and only album Fat Chance. It's cool getting instant feedback off the text option. That's 866-932-3244. Normal data rates apply, or if you say data, you can say that. All right, so we mentioned going to the break. P. Diddy. It's like everybody. This feels all too familiar. You know, all the R. Kelly stuff, and you remember all the things that came out on him, and then the
Epstein.
We got Epstein, and now it looks like that P. Diddy. Well, it doesn't look like he is. When you guys were telling me in the break, and I didn't know this, that some of this stuff appears to be so bad that he even offered a $50 million option for bail and was denied.
That is what I am seeing, Rick, in the reports.
Yeah, that the judge says you're not going anywhere. And, of course, P. Diddy Combs has been arrested and jailed in connection with a federal sex trafficking case. Shockwaves are going through the music industry. A lot of high-profile executives, as you said. This feels just like Harvey Weinstein. Potentially in the Jeffrey Epstein. Weinstein was creepy too. But as far as like an island and allegations of sex trafficking and all, that's Jeffrey. Harvey was just kind of a slimy old man in Hollywood. But anyway, so this looks really bad because, as you were saying, Speedy, in the break, we're talking about allegations of sex traffic, and that. That's horrible. It's just we've interviewed people that rescue people out of these situations, and the things they describe, your mind doesn't even want to think exist in the world in which you live. It's horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. I don't know if you've even if you've heard anybody that have been on the front lines, but of trying to help people that are caught in this evil. But you think about somebody like Diddy. The thing I think that makes this, if all this is true, and it looks bad, what did he really need? It seems like he would just be doing this just to be evil. I don't think he needed it to make a living.
No.
Not that makes it okay. I'm just saying it just seems to be debauchery and wickedness just for debauchery and wickedness' sake.
Yeah. I mean, I'm everything. I mean, I don't need money. I don't need anything. I can do what I want to do.
No,
I'm at another level.
Social media. This is when it shines because there's history involved. And I know Adler was showing some pictures while you were talking of him with world leaders like President Obama and others. And there's video out now. Jimmy Kimmel, back in the day, saying you should run for president, and everybody's just buddy with him. And I'm not saying and accusing all of them of knowing everything. They could have just stood there and took a picture with him and not known.
Of course, yeah.
But boy, let me tell you, the videos and the pictures that are coming out from some of his little house parties, those freak fests that he would have. Freak off.
All right.
That's what they called them.
That's what it's called.
I know.
Hey.
You have to shout it.
I'll say this. There is a lot of household names that are pretty nervous today.
Now, he is the founder of Bad Boy Records, keep in mind.
Of course.
Yes.
Well,
and he's accused of striking, punching, dragging women, throwing objects, kicking them, and getting his personal assistants, security, and household staff to help cover up all of the allegations.
Well, yeah, we all saw the video of him beating that, I guess it was his girlfriend.
Yeah,
that was bad.
Seems like this is a bad guy, and these allegations have been out there for a long time, and he's been able, until this, to kind of get around it. As y'all said, people covering for him and all of this. And I want to be clear, and you said it, Speedy, just because somebody was with Sean Puffy, or I'm sorry, did Puffy go away? Is he P. Diddy?
He changes it.
Yeah, whatever it is, whatever his current name is.
It was just Diddy at one time.
Doesn't mean that they knew of any of this or were involved in any of this. But if you're at one of these things that you guys were talking about, one of these parties where they now say, well, inside that party, usually these things were going on, you got some PR problems there. But, sometimes people, if just because you see them, get your picture made with them and all that, a lot of times people don't know what's going on. But sometimes they do.
Yeah,
that's why you investigate.
Yeah. And it's just hypocritical because a lot of the folks that were so, eager to jump on social media and, dog Trump and other people for some of their history now are standing there with him, and everybody's like, oh, so what's going on here? What did you know?
Well, it goes back to this again, and Bubba, you've just tried to communicate this. If having your picture made with people who are seedy people and turn out to be doing horrible things, if that reflects poorly on you, then it's bad. But for this candidate, they didn't know anything. You can't judge them on that. You either can't judge them, which is probably the best place to be, that you can't really prove that any of these people, Obama or Trump, knew what was going on. But what you can't do is, that looks bad for one candidate, but over here I give this one a pass. It's either bad or it's not. Either way,
right?
Yeah, But this it's so much more twisted than I expected when I first saw the headline.
For them to deny bail, his attorney, they suggested $50 million house arrest with an ankle bracelet. And for the judge to turn that down, there must be more in the indictment than we're even aware of. And what we're aware of is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, and I see that other people are adding other things. You know, he was always a controversial character surrounding Tupac's murder.
Oh, yeah.
And now just recently somebody came out and claimed he paid them to do that. So
yeah.
The indictment reveals that during the raid, they got a bunch of stuff from his house.
The oils you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers.
Which is
and
illegal.
then 1,000 bottles of is that what you were talking about, Speedy? Yeah, 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Do you think, and I don't want to, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert in all this, but do you think some of this, sometimes people that there's a criminal element to them, there's a deviancy to them, a wickedness, and see what we think, and I just said it, so I'm as guilty as anyone, we think if they become really successful, they'll leave that life behind. But see, the thing is, back to spiritual matters, you don't solve spiritual problems with worldly solutions ever. I think about Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, so the $40 million contract with the Patriots, you couldn't walk away from the criminal life. I mean, and you see P. Diddy, and you're like, couldn't you have been done with any of this stuff that maybe you were involved in prior to your success? I mean, it just.
I think they feel untouchable.
They do.
They feel like they do
whatever they want to do.
And in a lot of cases, well, for a long time, he's been able to get away with it.
Yeah, that's true.
But eventually, it usually comes home either here on earth or one day when you stand before the one and only living God. Eventually, you will answer for it.
Yeah.
In one or two places. So it's rough stuff. I mean, I was going to read some of the stuff in the article, but I don't know that I really can.
It's pretty graphic.
Yikes! It's tough.
So we'll see what happens. But to your point, Bubba, that turning down $50 million for bail, they
don't want him out. That's for sure.
Could it be some of that? Because there was that. Didn't he get on a flight when they were trying to arrest him and all that? So maybe that's playing into it also.
Maybe
some tendencies.
That's a flight risk.
He is a flight
risk. Yeah.
There's no doubt he's the flight risk.
Hearing them read the indictments and what they're going to get him with, in that press conference, it was about 7 minutes of just continuous.
A lot of charges.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, somebody's already put on the text line too. If this follows, the trail of the others, P. Diddy will be put in jail, and then by some strange twist of circumstances, he'll take his own life.
Yeah,
those two guards that were guarding
before he can disclose anybody that was with him.
Yeah.
Magically.
You'll see.
High-profile prisoners usually don't have guards that go to sleep.
Well, if they
the camera just so happens to go out.
Working, yeah.
The ones that the guards,
dang the luck.
Yeah, the ones where the guards do go to sleep are the ones that are not just high-profile, but can also get lots of other high-profile people in trouble.
Right.
Those are the ones that magically the guards just aren't looking. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have more to cover on the program today. We also have Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up next. We'll chat with him when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
wise in Virginia, in Central Virginia on 105.3. Nancy says she is the key to getting us on the air in Central Virginia, and she says we owe her a favor. Nancy, welcome to the program. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all this morning?
Nancy, we're wonderful. We're wonderful. How are you doing?
We're doing very well, and we welcome y'all to Central Virginia. And we would like to say best wishes to Mickey Dean. We wish him a very speedy recovery. We're all praying for him over here.
That's good. What was that noise?
That was Sharon Stanley in the background. She's hollering at me.
Buy something. Okay, well, good. So you're looking for favors since you did the work to get us on the air. Is that the bottom
I'm looking for special favors. I didn't do the work to get you guys on the air, but, y'all are the reason that I had to reschedule my mornings. So we kind of think, maybe if you can't lick them, join them. And we want a complete makeover. I really need one.
So y'all want extreme makeovers like Bubba just said?
I do. We've been looking at your website here, and those nice white teeth and the new haircut.
Look at that
I think that new haircut kind of making your lips look a little thinner.
Nancy, do you get the TV show in Virginia?
I haven't seen it personally, but I think
when I
you
smiled,
get it
you
with
said something about
teeth.
teeth. I thought, wow.
The timing on that was incredible. Yeah, he smiled and you mentioned teeth, but you saw his pictures on the website the before and after.
I did. This boy is looking good.
Well, Nancy, send us a picture, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we need pictures.
Now,
of
what
you.
all do you want done?
Well, I'm a white female, 51 years old, really gray hair, about 50 pounds overweight. My teeth need a little whitening, and my clothes are turned
Did she say shave your mustache? What did she say?
I can take care of the mustache.
Right.
That's not a problem. But the clothes and, I always wear clogs. I don't wear socks.
I got to tell you something. Comedian Lavelle Crawford is coming in the studio and sit down. He's hearing what you look like now, and I think he's pretty excited about what you are right now.
Oh, yeah. I love a lady with mustaches. It means that you're more very sexual.
And you know what? It tickles when you kiss her. Yeah, sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I got one, too. We could just get tangled up in our mustache kissing.
I strive to be the perfect Bubette.
Oh, well. Okay, well,
and I need a little help.
All right, so we'll send us a picture, and then we'll see what we can get done for you.
Oh, I love it. Well,
and Nancy, thank you for putting us on, and we're looking forward to a long partnership there in Central Virginia.
Well, we thank you. I got to go now because I got to go TT.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, boys.
And thanks for that visual.
All
there
right,
you go. Nancy with 105.3 in Central Virginia. Lavelle, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, man, thank you very much. I heard it was too sexy, big fat man up here, and I love fat people because they make the world what it is. Fat people save the world.
We keep it held down, don't we?
No, we save the world because if it wasn't for fat folk, it wouldn't be nothing good in the world. For real, drive through at the restaurants. Fat people invented that because we ain't walking in there. We know what we want. We want to eat, and we want not get out of our car and catch a cramp.
That's right. He's right about that.
For real, fat folks invented the cruise control. How lazy you gotta be not to put your foot on the pedal and press down. You're already sitting down. We want some extra lazy stuff in our life. Fat folks, we made everything like the television remote. God bless fat people for making that. Thank you. If it wasn't for fat people, we wouldn't have nothing that we want. Nothing.
Cool. At rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. As we mentioned, Senator Tommy Tuberville is on deck to talk to us today. A lot of questions in America. A big election coming up. Senator Tuberville joins us now. Welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Coach.
Say, have you got to hang out and chat football a little bit with Coach Walls?
Oh yeah, right. I mean, that guy's make a great China cheerleader, wouldn't he? He is. I've never seen anything like you put a guy that he can't tell the truth. Number one, and he spent half of his adult career in China. And taking people over. I mean, you can't make this up. And then how about his wife? My God, she is a weirdo.
All right.
Hey, turn the page. Change this country. Turn the page. We're going to go to another country. hey, why don't you go to another country? We kind of like the one we're in right now, but we just got to make it better.
Okay, well,
And we're off.
And we're off.
And we're out of the game.
So, all right,
Coach, I've got to ask you this, and because everybody's asking us, the Secret Service, why can they not protect former President, possibly future President Trump? We've got people with guns getting way too close to him. What is going on with them?
Well, I've played golf. I've been on that same course with President Trump many times. I'm not around the Secret Service. The problem is, hey, he is not the president of the United States. He is the former president. And he doesn't get a full detail like the president, which I'm fine with that. I mean, but hey, this is a different world. He's had not one, but 2 assassination attempts. Now, they should be fighting over getting him more and more people, tanks, drones, planes. I mean, we cannot allow something drastic to happen to President Trump, neither side, nor America, nor the world. So yesterday I said, hey, we've got Navy SEALs, we've got military. They're at his beck and call. They love President Trump. He's all for the military. And all we want is safe. And he's a different guy. I also told him this in a press conference. He's a different guy. He's actually going to work. He works 14, 16 hours a day. He takes campaigning for real. He's not an AI candidate like the other candidate. And he is going to go 3 or 4 different hops a day. He's going to need people going in advance of him, checking, making sure he's safe. This is more for the Democrats. It is Republicans or Americans. The Democrats cannot allow this to happen to him. And so hopefully we can get something done, but there's no sense of urgency on either side up here right now.
Senator, I've got to ask you this, and it's a very unpopular question, but we've been asked it a lot, and I don't know the answer to it. If something did happen to President Trump, who would be the nominee for the Republicans? And this is a God forbid thing, but people want to know constitutionally what would happen, and I really have no idea.
Yeah, you hate to even talk about it, but I would imagine there would be a very quick gathering of Republicans to vote in somebody. I don't think you would just select a J.D. Vance. I think you'd have to have Governor DeSantis, Nikki Haley, J.D. Vance, all of them, and there would be kind of a runoff. Heaven forbid that ever happens.
Right.
And again, I don't know what the Constitution says on that, but it'd be disastrous. I'm telling you right now to lose President Trump at this juncture. And again, he's the only one, I can tell you this, he's the only one that's got the guts to stand up to these idiots up here and say, we are going to change the leadership in the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA. We're going to get out of this DEI nonsense in the military. We're going to lock down these prisoners that are going in one door out the other, out of the jails and creating crime all over the country. And we're going to stop illegal immigration as of today. He's the only one that would do that.
Senator, let me ask you this, and the problem I think too that people are asking, we all understand about he's not the sitting president, and you get a different type of security. We understand that people are offering options because obviously he needs more than that. But I think where people are even maybe more concerned is even the detail that he currently has, they continue to seem to miss things that seem pretty elementary, and that's starting to really concern people. I spoke to, I don't know if you were privy to it, someone who was privy to what you guys are finding out about the first assassination attempt, and the things that are being revealed are really, really concerning about just either not being competent or something worse, providing loose security on purpose, which, that's way down the road. But I think people are concerned about, no matter how much security detail he gets, that it's just not being done very well.
Yeah, I want to say this again. I'm around those Secret Service people. I've talked to them. I've spent time with them on golf course and restaurants, traveling with President Trump to rallies. He has had pretty much the same group of people for a while. There's just not enough of them. Now, they made some mistakes in Pennsylvania that almost cost him his life. The Secret Service, the leadership, even some up that were there, not intentionally. But it's amazing to me we hadn't found out anything about what really happened in Pennsylvania from a report. And we need it pretty quick. And then, of course, you'll never hear anything about what happened this past weekend. But I'm going to stand up for the Secret Service to a certain degree, knowing them. But I will say this too, it's every every institution that we have has had some kind of infiltration with this DEI,
right,
this wokeness, and sometimes that seeps down into the ranks of the people that it affects. And again, I'm going to say this too. I've been traveling all over the country helping senators get elected, and all over Alabama 2 weeks ago. I was at shops, and people are very concerned. Not about, they're concerned about recession, they're concerned about the border. But you know what? Most people across the country, they're concerned about a fair election. And let me tell you something. If we don't have the semblance of a fair election this time, I'm worried for our country because I don't think the Democrats are going to accept it. I don't think the Republicans are going to accept it. And we're going to be more divided country. So I wanted to get that in before we got cut off. But we have got to hope and pray that we have a fair election no matter what happens.
Senator, a lot of people ask us what has changed from the last election because they don't feel like the last election was straight up. They may not go as far as to say the whole election was stolen, but they still feel like there was a lot of suspicious things going on that they never saw answers to. What has changed?
Oh, yeah, there was a definitely change after 11:30 at night in about 4 or 5 states where almost 0 ballots came in for President Trump and almost all for Biden. There was manipulation. There's no doubt about that. And it was all because of the mail-in ballots. Now, we've taken 5 or 6, I think maybe 7 states since I've been here. We've gone through their state legislatures. They've gone back to their old rules before COVID. There won't be as many mail-in ballots or ballot harvesting. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars hiring lawyers, people working at the polling places. We've done everything we possibly can because it's not a federal election. Now, this is a statewide control election. We don't handle it federally. We don't need to have the federal government involved in elections because we screw everything else up. We'd dang sure screw this up. But no, there's been a lot of work done, raised a lot of money out from the public. People have given money so we can do this. So, hey, keep your fingers crossed. But again, that is the main concern of people across this country.
What about the SAVE Act? Get that in before we're done, something that also can keep integrity in the election. Talk about the SAVE Act.
Yeah, Senator Mike Lee and I came up with this 2 months ago. And basically it says, listen, you got to be a citizen of the United States to vote. You got to have proof of it. Everybody wants that. If we don't do something like this, the American people are going to look, well, they don't want to get anything done. Well, Democrats voted it down, by the way, in the House. They just almost 100%. The problem is we have these Democrats saying, we already have a law that said it's, if you're not a citizen, you can't vote. Well, we also have people that rob banks. They know it's unlawful the same way. So people are going to break the law. And we got to put people in jail if they break the law this year. We got to throw the key away. We have got to have fair elections. It's most important for our constitutional republic to do that.
Senator Tuberville, thanks for taking time to be with us, and thanks for those updates on really the 2 topics that seem to be on the forefront of a lot of Americans' minds, and that integrity of the vote. And we keep telling them, look, it's got to be an overwhelming response. Don't get the attitude that, well, if I vote, it ain't going to matter anyway. Yes, it will. And it's so important that we all participate and have a huge turnout in November. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know. Skinny people like cookies, though. They got a diet cookie, really. That's almost messed up, man. Ain't that messed up? Who would want a diet cookie? What's in there? The chocolate ain't nothing happy in it. You're going to be miserable eating the cookie. I want to have a sugar rush. I want to fall out. I want it to be fantastic, but they try to dog fat folks. I love Ruben Studdard, Birmingham boy. And they thought I was him when I was at the airport for a minute. I was almost famous.
I bet you got Mama said Ruben's home.
Yeah, they said, hey, why don't you sing? The guy said, could you sing Sweet Home Alabama for us? I said, sir, if I sing it, you won't like it. But if they give me a free plane ticket, I'm going to jump right on it.
If you just hum somewhere over the rainbow.
Well, see, we were fired up for Ruben, and a lot of people thought it was because he was a homeboy. And that's all right. We were pulling for him because he's fat.
Right. There you go.
I mean, the person who was going to be named the new American Idol be a fat guy, we loved it.
Now, at least finally we honest.
Yeah.
At least America honest, because we throw away Big Macs at the end of the day when they don't sell them. Can you believe that? That is horrifying. They throwing away Big Macs. It's a Big Mac got thrown away last night.
Oh,
last night somebody threw away a Big Mac. That's horrifying. We are a rich country. Then we go over to Iraq and throw a bomb in them while they trying to eat a goat. We the meanest country in the world. I was at that down one night when they were throwing away hamburgers, and a homeless guy went up there to try to get one out of the trash can, and they shooed him away. I said, what the heck? It's in the trash. Get away from that trash. That's good trash. That kills me. I said, we are the richest country in the world where you throw away food. That's why it's about time Ruben is the American Idol. He's what represents us, all these diet commercials out here. Lose weight in 24 hours. Why? What I'm going to do? I can't lose weight in 24 hours. I sure didn't get fat in 24 hours. If I did, I'm really mad. I'm going to look back at what I ate. Was it these lemon cream cookies? Did I eat my other self?
Well, have you always been fat?
Yes, sir. I've always been fat. I was small one time. I had a small moment, but
See, that's me. Most fat people see. That's one thing. Bubba see.
It just lasted for the first 9 months.
Yeah. Bubba's late fat. He got fat late in life.
I grew into it.
See, I was a fat kid, but you're right. And I found one of those pictures. Have you ever found it? That slim moment.
Right.
You know how it happened?
You be like, dang. I wasn't that big.
I looked. I said, man, 7th grade. What happened?
Right. And you always wonder what meal was it I ate that made the turn.
You talking about 7? You talking about 7th grade? No.
You know, it was that 3rd trip to the buffet.
Thank you for being with us today. We're back. Wednesday Bible study today. We finished the book of Hebrews. We should get through chapter 13 today. And catch that at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Archive will be out not long after that and available on the podcast and YouTube channel. So a couple of items to hit. Throughout the 30-plus years we've been doing this, you always look to old Rick and Bubba for any commentary on food and new things that are happening. Bubba, I understand today there's 2 items that we need to discuss. One of them is you said you have an update on your exploration of the M&M, correct? And the various flavors.
We had the big M&M discussion about 2 weeks ago.
Right. One of the country's greatest snacks.
And we were inundated with M&Ms of different types.
Oh, it's crazy. I think too many.
Yeah, I had said going into it, peanut was my favorite. I did like the pretzel one. Okay, we have those at home sometimes.
Hard to find.
Yeah.
But we got all kinds.
Oh, we
brought
do.
in here.
When Speedy went
So I
out.
got to sample those. And somebody had emailed me yesterday and said, hey, do you have any surprises in that group? And I did. And I was going to share that today because I was thinking about it.
Couple little jewels rose to the top?
I was pleasantly surprised with the dark chocolate M&M. I thought that was good. I'm a dark chocolate fan.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. But I'll tell you the one that really I thought was a game changer, and it caught me off guard, and that was the caramel.
Yeah, it was good.
It is really good.
That's a good one.
And it is good enough that the next time I'm in a convenience store, I might grab a pack of that.
Watch it.
If you can find it. It's not it's not readily available.
Yeah,
but
I thought that one to me was kind of a.
The peanut butter was good. I was pleasantly surprised with
That's
it.
just a Reese's piece. That's all.
But
But
the caramel one is a game changer. That is really good.
Yeah. So that one. Yeah, because you wondered, can they really capture it in that type of setup with your hard candy outside and all that? But it really came together quite well.
It wasn't sticky caramel, but it was a little thicker chew than normal.
Yeah.
And it really, I tell you, and what I like doing, you've seen me do it, I like to mix the dark chocolate and the caramel together and have them now. It's number one.
I've seen you do that.
Yeah. Let me say it again.
Yeah, I've seen you do it a couple times.
Have you had the almonds? Good. I like them too. There wasn't a loser in the bunch. Okay.
None you were disappointed in?
No, not at all. But the caramel was a pleasant surprise. I guess I had low expectations.
Have you ever had the chocolate brownie ones?
No.
Pretty good.
No, we didn't have that.
You're bringing up stuff. I didn't see those on the show.
We had like 9 different ones in there, you know.
Yeah.
I rarely will go weird on a classic
You had the
snack.
jalapeno.
No. But you know what I mean? When
everybody else has that.
If you have a classic snack, I always like it best in its original form. I don't really like all the new plays on.
Good old peanut M&M to me is hard to beat. And I'm on the road a lot. I love to put 2 of those in my mouth and some ice and just let them melt together. Crushed ice out of the drink.
Yeah, there you go. That's people saying you put them in the freezer.
Yeah, it's kind of like my mouth is the freezer.
Right.
Oh, it's there you go. It's a mouth party. Back to that.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's not an update on the P. Diddy story.
No, it is
Hey,
not.
let me
Ice meet M&M. M&M ice.
All right. So on that note, we have
that'll get you 15, 20 miles down the road.
Sure.
We have a Coca-Cola cooler here, and we've had these at our studios for years.
Yeah.
And they put waters and
They take care of us.
And then if there's something new they're trying, they'll bring it to us. And I noticed that the guy who's restocking today, he did not bring them in, but he says they're in his truck. And I've had emailers ask me about this. Now, I'm not intrigued by it at all, other than it just might be good on the radio. People are saying, have y'all tried this thing that Coca-Cola and Oreos are doing?
Yeah, well, he got some with him.
There is an Oreo flavored.
Is he still here?
What?
Coca-Cola now?
Yeah.
Well, let's try it.
But
and he said
it's gonna be
it's going to be hot. So what? We can still try the flavor.
I love the hot drinks. I
like
prefer
the hot
mine hot.
drinks.
You know, I set them in
He
my
just said he
office and-
prefers it.
Yeah, he did.
I do. I set them in my
He likes
office
cereal
and I
without
let
milk, too.
them cool down and drink them hot.
So is he gone?
They got
I
more.
can go get
Did we miss that opportunity?
You know, they got more burn to them when they're hot. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's brought them in yet.
Did you say they were saying in Springfield there's a new flavor of M&M and it seems to taste a little like cat?
Oh, wow.
Wet cat and dog meat.
Right.
Good.
It's a
my man's going to get it.
All right, so you do have some of those. How's it? Are people liking it? They're a big hit.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Well, let's check
Look,
them
here's
out.
some on the text. One person, I love that Oreo Coke. Person above, it's straight toilet water. You see how people you see how
That's a little
people's
much.
We're so divided as a nation. You know?
the Coke Zero Oreo on the text surprisingly good.
I will say this about Coke Zero. I'm not into any diet stuff, but that's not bad.
It's not.
It's not bad.
But someone
like
asked
the
a great
Diet
question here, Greg. Look on the text. How can Oreos and Coke Zero have 0 calories? How's that even possible? How do you have an Oreo?
I don't know.
I mean,
yeah, both of those are based on a lot of calories.
He's getting some now.
He
said he was skeptical
0
of it
sugar.
until he tried some.
well, let's try it. Let's see. The people.
Oh,
want,
so don't forget you can get it in the cookie form or the drink form.
I don't know about this.
Ooh.
I don't know
It's a
about this.
crossover. What was wrong with just eating Oreos and washing it down with a Coke?
Yeah,
I mean,
what's wrong with that?
I think that's what they're trying to do. Here's the problem
I don't like
that I think,
flavored
and it
Coke.
happened the other day when everybody brought all the M&Ms in. When I have breakfast, I do the omelet and I put salsa on it.
Yeah.
So the problem is now my mouth is all spicy and salsa, and I think it affects when I try these new things.
Well,
If I try something,
oh, here it comes.
well, we don't need that many of them.
Wait, everybody gets
Oh,
one.
we do.
Everybody gets one.
Well,
What if
there's
we
only
like
4.
them?
Oh, we're going to put some in the cooler,
We
too.
need another.
Okay, well, you're right, Bubba. You're
Oh,
right.
thank you, brother.
Yeah.
All right,
Adler coming in
so
too,
there
buddy.
it is. We now have it.
Now I can't drink it. It's hot.
Thank you. Well, then don't, Greg. The rest of us
buddy.
will. So nobody's gonna make you do it.
You acted like you were going to make me do
Thanks,
it.
man.
You think some judge has ruled
You
and said
acted
Greg
like
will
it.
drink an Oreo Coke or go to
like
jail?
it,
You said I either drink it or get fined.
So I guess we can go ahead. Yeah, put those 2 in the cooler. There's little extras there, and we'll see. If we get fired up,
Tell 'em what
thank
to
you
do.
for that. And So, all right, Bubba's already gone in.
Bubba,
not a good face, not a great face.
No,
that's not a great.
I'm trying to.
Will you stop talking about that? We have no way to make it cold.
Do we have any ice in here?
Greg, this is how complicated this is. If you don't want to drink it hot, don't drink it.
Well, I'm not.
You know, to me, it has it tastes like Coke with a trailing taste of Oreo.
Like it's chasing it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now you haven't tried the Coke flavored Oreos, have you?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
All right, Greg. Here's a challenge. How much for you to down 10 seconds drinking it? How much?
Drink that whole thing?
Yeah.
No,
10 just for 10 seconds.
Oh,
Drink
10
it.
seconds.
Yeah.
I'll do that for 30.
That number jumped up there quick too.
It's so good.
Have you tried it?
So
Speedy?
real. No, I haven't.
Bubba says Coke with Oreo chasing. Have you tried it, Adler?
Try it,
But
Bubba.
guys, y'all must admit that when it's something as opposed to room temperature and cold, it affects it affects the taste.
Yeah, he even said that. He said it was
cold
temperature.
hides the flavor.
Yeah.
No,
Greg,
it makes it better.
No,
How about
it
this,
hides
Greg?
the flavor.
Because it kicks that burn
Greg,
up.
tomorrow you can try it cold.
I guess I'm
Today,
going to.
our only option is we're going to try it at room temperature.
I
So
think
this,
there's some ice in the kitchen.
so Greg, this is a room temperature test. Tomorrow we'll try cold.
All right, so only the men drink this, Greg.
y'all have that if y'all
You
wanna
know,
have-
that's why they have beer cold. You couldn't stand the taste of it. That's
right.
What I'm
It
going to
ain't
do is
good
I'm going to
hot.
get, Greg, I'm going to do the old trick where you get a wet paper towel and you wrap it around and then you put it in the freezer. It gets it cold in 15 minutes.
I
I
thought
learned that
rolling
in
it.
college.
Thank
I
you,
learned that in
Martha
college.
Stewart.
I thought rolling it on ice.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Here
you're
I go.
talking about.
Okay.
If you had a cooler with ice, 8 minutes. Just saying.
Rick's thinking.
I think the sauce is affecting
it. No, it's
I can't
the
really
fact that it's hot.
I can't really taste anything that tells me Oreos and Coca-Cola.
The
are part of it.
Oreo taste is not overwhelming. It's kind of a trailing taste.
I'm kind of with the person. How can I be drinking an Oreo flavored Coke with 0 calories?
I don't know.
What have I, what have I
zero sugar, not calories. 0 sugar.
Over here on the side, Greg. Look on
It
the
says
side.
0 sugar.
Look on the side.
But it's 0 sugar.
It's
But look on the
0
side.
calories
0
as
calories,
well,
Greg.
But they promote it as 0 sugar.
Greg, did you not see it right there on the logo?
I'm looking at 0 sugar. I see.
And 0
Seems
calories.
like, you know,
How would
sweet
you-
and low.
That's what you got to look forward to.
Aspartame.
How would you get?
It's actually in the emblem though.
How would you get him to do things when y'all were younger, Rick? do that right now.
I can't. It's against the law.
I'm
It's
not
against the
drinking a
law?
hot.
So you're. I mean,
You can't hold him down.
So
make
you're
him do
weak.
it.
He would be able to file a workplace problem.
That's terrible.
I did
you
not
drink it?
boy, it's good.
Did you drink
It
it?
was great.
He ain't drinking liquor.
I did not enjoy it.
I'll drink it if you drink it. Ready?
I
Did
will
you
when it's
enjoy it,
cold.
Bubba? Would you-
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
Adler?
not bad at all.
I'm going to do the paper towel trick.
My goodness, you won't drink it at room temperature?
I
either?
won't drink it in
Hey,
room
we'll wait till
temperature.
it's cold, and I'm gonna cut your food up too, and you eat it.
So you
okay?
and Greg really are running together. I've noticed it. I mean, big time. Yesterday was a huge example.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was 7 months. When I was in my slim moment. 7 months.
7 months. I was fat, and then at 7th grade something happened. And here's what I think it was.
Right.
Our lunchroom up to that point was whatever you have. You know, the lunchroom lady said, "This is what we have today. Eat it or don't."
Right.
And then our school, everybody thought it was good, and I guess it was good, but it was bad for me. They went with an a la carte line. So if you wanted to, you could come every day and eat pizzas and hamburgers.
Right. So you had your choice.
I had a choice, and then I went to that choice and
Let's
back
say-
fat again.
Right. What is a la carte anyway? You know, what is that? What does that mean? Is that French for go on and eat and get fat, you fat, whatever. I'm trying to keep, I ain't want to be mean on radio, but ain't nothing wrong with being fat. I think it's all right. People always got problems with fat. They say stuff to fat people don't make no sense. Like, why you breathing so hard? So I can live. I mean, I'm a big guy. I need oxygen everywhere in this body. I can't just.
Why you breathing so hard?
And one guy, and then my girlfriend I broke up with, she gonna tell me, "Wake up, you're snoring." That's what you're supposed to do when you sleep. Well, when you're awake and you're snoring, that's when you're too big. Like my uncle, he snore while he awake. That's scary, man. He be, I said, "You sleep? What the hell?" What you going to sleep infections? You need to lose weight with me. And I tried to diet like Al Roker put his throat in his stomach to lose weight, but now he got all that flab around his neck. He looked like a turkey. He looked like he got on a meat necklace. It looked horrifying. Necklace, that looked horrible. You know, it just shaking down there.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that looks nasty.
That's attractive.
Man, he need to make a fat comeback.
Fill it up. You gotta fill it up.
He need to get back fat, stretch that body back where it's supposed to be. He got like 1X bones on a 5X body, the 5X skin. It just hanging off like a baggy shirt. It looks all fine.
You're right, Roker.
He looks like a skateboarder.
How about this? Roker really was more attractive when he was fat.
He was to me. I ain't a gay man, but I mean, hey,
you know what I mean.
He looks sexy like you guys. I'm trying to get sexy. I'm working on it, man. I got to get my nails done.
We'll be back. More with Lavelle Crawford. He's live at the Comedy Club Stardome. If you're listening to us or watching us in Birmingham, you're looking for plans this weekend, catch Lavelle Crawford at the Stardome, 444-0008.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody say, as we walk through another hour, we're glad you're here. Our number, as you just heard, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We hope you'll join us. We'll chat with you before the hour is done. The gang is all here, so a couple things to discuss. Yesterday, something was jumping around the media. You know, when it deals with the press, Coaches, they hate talking to the press. We love playing clips of coaches that are just done. People are saying that Bo Nix may belong on the Mount Rushmore of great answers to the press. He apparently threw a pick in the end zone in his last game for the Denver Broncos. And sometimes when the press asks an obvious question, I love when somebody just says, "Well, let me just give you an obvious answer." It's only 9 seconds. 9 seconds also includes the question. So here's Bo Nix of the Denver Broncos answering the question from the reporter about what happened on the interception. Here we go.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
And that'll do it.
And I love how he just sits there now looking around going, next question.
Yeah.
Next. I guess we all saw what happened. I threw it to the other team.
Didn't work out for it.
Next question, please.
Bo, take us through the interception in the end zone. Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's funny. Also today, this ongoing war with Israel and all of their enemies, you can't just list one. Hezbollah, obviously one of the main players, out to eradicate Israel from the face of the earth if they possibly can. Boy, and the Israelis, when you're dealing with their, let me tell you where there's no DEI hires. It's in the Israeli special forces and in the intelligence community. Their intelligence is some of the best in the world. And so here's another example. Their enemies, whether they'll never admit it, but you can just see by their actions, they're all looking over their shoulders now going, they're just picking off our leaders one by one, infiltrating, knowing where we are, what we're doing, and killing us. Well, this one is really going to keep them up at night.
Yeah, not since Joshua sent the spies into the promised land, Rick. They've been on top of it, it goes way back.
They really, really have. And what's the name of it?
Mossad.
Is it Mossad? Is that how you say it? Yeah,
it's close to that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the spy agency. So this one,
Mossad, Mossad.
Yeah, when you look at this group, here's what they did. Apparently, the Hezbollah started. They got 5,000 European-made pagers, and they were going to use these, because they say that they know that. They're able to track their phones, so they were going to try to go back to old technology with pagers.
Right.
What they didn't know is that apparently some of the spy agency members infiltrated the European company that makes the pagers. They got involved in the manufacturing of the pagers and put explosives in every pager. And then once all the Hezbollah members put them on, they just start exploding them. Mm-hmm. And they killed 9 of them and hurt a bunch of them.
Yeah, 2,800.
Here's
2,800.
Footage. I'm sorry, that's what that sound is. That's footage of the, there's just people there.
Going off.
The pager's blowing up. This guy right here.
Look, they're just blowing them up as they just...
Lots of bloody pants.
Lots of bloody pants.
Yeah. Can you believe that? Now, tell me that wouldn't keep you up at night if the Israelis are able to get in where the pagers are being made. First of all, they know you ordered them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got in and put explosives in every single one of it, and then they just detonated them and started knocking you down all over the place.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard the key that they text to these pagers to get them to go off was 72 virgins. I don't know if that's right or not, but I heard that.
Saw that coming up earlier today. It's time.
But the pagers did receive a coded error message that was sent to all devices, causing them to vibrate and beep for 10 seconds. Well, they wanted the pagers to go off when someone was holding it or working with it. So you had to hit the cancel alert, and then that's what activated the explosive to detonate.
How about that? So they, as you guys said, they got 2,800 members of Hezbollah. And they injured all of them and killed 9 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they the idea.
Well, that shows you still even at this point they had 2,800 operatives that were at a high enough level they had to get a text message to communicate.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it does make you look at your old cell phone now, going, "Wow, wonder what's in there,"
Yeah. So and they say that it was a Taiwanese company called Gold Apollo. The executives there say the devices were actually manufactured though and sold under a license agreement with somebody in Budapest, Hungary. So they're all trying to say, we don't know how this happened, but a lot of security experts are saying, I'll tell you how it happened. The IDF, they got inside this where they were being made, and they planted the explosives in them.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's impressive.
That means that has gone on for a long time. I mean, they didn't just do that last week.
Yeah, the U.S. security officials said that the attack was planned for a later date. It was an all-out offensive against Hezbollah, but they went ahead and detonated them early because they were concerned that Hezbollah was learning of what was going on. Somehow it was a leak, and so they went ahead and did it.
Yeah, and what you're going to hear, because I see even in this Daily Mail article, sadly, it looks like that some innocent people were hurt as well, including 2 very young people. And what you're going to hear now, that'll be all the coverage. The Israelis, kill innocent people. And they're going to leave out the fact, to your point, Bubba, that apparently there's 2,800 people that were working against the Israelis. But remember, they're always the bad guy when they go proactive or defend themselves. But their enemies are always treated as victims.
Yeah, I mean, you had even after everything that had been done already, you still had 2,800 active operatives for Hamas,
right?
Which is a little scary.
Yeah, and when you kill Israeli hostages and things of that nature, you have to include that in the narrative of all this.
Yep.
And so they're at war, and the Israelis are going to do whatever they have to do, defensively or proactively, to defend themselves and to keep their people safe. And if you don't like that, I guess you can have an Oreo Coke and a smile.
Yeah, you can.
But they're going to do it, and we, of course, have been their strongest ally for a long time, and saying things like, well, they killed some of your people, so now let's call for a ceasefire. And if you're goofy enough to send that message to terrorists, that's a terrible message to send. What you need is a more message like this. How'd y'all like those pagers today?
Yeah, you better find something else to talk.
That's the message they actually listen to. Right. I hate to be the adult in the room that's ruining all the fun.
Right.
But that is the message that terrorists listen to, is something that breaks their will to continue or makes it impossible to continue. Nothing else works.
Yeah.
And speaking of messages, I'm reading here, literally Hezbollah has sent out a message to all their people saying everyone must throw away their pagers immediately.
Yes.
If it didn't already explode in your pocket.
Did they text that to them on the page?
How did they get the message? Right.
Throw this in the trash quick.
Oh, wait a minute.
I mean, get away from it.
If you hear it ticking, go ahead and throw it away.
Let me change that. Throw it in a big metal dumpster, not in a tall kitchen trash can. Wow. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd, man. Cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
Over 35 exclusive Braves games, only on Turner South.
13 15 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Lavelle Crawford, the comedian, is our guest. They were just showing on Turner South at the break. We interviewed Ryan, who hosts the show on Turner South, the comedy show, and you said you're actually on there too?
Yeah, I did it like about 6 months ago.
Really?
Yeah, I was on there. It was quick. It was like about 7 minutes. 7 minutes. It was fun though.
But how can you get rolling in 7 minutes when you're
I barely could though, because it was horrible how they had it. Because at first I was supposed to go last, then I was last, and then I was too last to know where I was going. But when I came out there, the people gave me a lot of love. But it was just like, man, and tape it can go awry at any time. It can't hold up. We don't have enough light. Hold up. We need makeup.
And then you got to go do the joke over.
Yeah. Oh, I'll never do the joke over. I say, well, I'm gonna do what I want to do now. Y'all making me mad now, and I'm only getting 85 cents for this.
This is one of those deals, and we've all dealt with it when you work in this business. Somebody you go, how much money is in it? They go, well, now, hang on a minute. You wouldn't believe how much promotion this is going to be for you.
Yeah, well, no, I ain't complaining. Trust me. Trust me, never complain. I'm just saying that they keep on, you're a comedian. When you get on the road, you want to get in and hit it, fresh and clean. But I learned to adapt, because I know it helps out. Because I ain't been in no movies yet, and people still come out and see me. That's a great thing.
How long you been doing this?
Well, hopefully I'm doing it tonight.
But how long you been?
Well, I've been doing about 14 years.
So where are you from originally?
St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, that's my home. St. Louis, the Midwest, baby, with Nelly and all that Nellyville thing.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Well, look, I think, I think Ruben and all that, I think it's going to be a good year for us big guys.
Well,
D had his year with the light-skinned brothers.
Light-skinned and
and I think...
it was
the light-skinned brothers are over, baby.
We're back out again.
Really? Is it over?
Yeah.
Well, light-skin was in for a while.
The DeBarge and all that.
Yeah, Billy D. Williams kind of started it,
We were owning it for a while.
But now...
But I think the big brothers in there because, Clay...
Big dark brothers.
Clay is outselling Ruben in records, but Ruben got him a movie deal. Do you see that?
See there?
There you go. Well, I hope I could get in there with him, though.
But now somebody said it was going to be... somebody said it was going to be a sequel to Jurassic Park. I don't know if that's going to be a good role.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be a big old dinosaur. As long as I'm in the movie, because I'm going to take off my hood. Mama, it's me. I'm the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh.
Let me see. Put it back on.
Cut, he messing up again. I don't care. I get ate up by the monster. I don't care. Give him a belly ache. Oh, he's sick from eating the big black guy.
Let me tell you this, though. The reason why it's us, like even Nelly. Nelly finally wrote a song fat people can relate to. It's hot in here.
That's right. That's honest.
Oh, gosh.
I want to take my clothes off, so everybody close your eyes.
Cut the lights off.
But how many times when you're fat do you say those words? Man, it's hot in here.
All the time.
That's right.
Fat people say that every time. Fat people only want to complain about a headache for sleeping too long. You ever get up and have a headache? Oh,
Sure, they point out the obvious, but shouldn't someone? Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour. Hey, thank you for being with us today as we roll through another one. Still much to come on the program today. Your phone calls will be coming in before the hour is done. We'll get a chance to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we have had so many people as we're celebrating the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show, and so many people that have been part of what we've been doing. And, on this show, we have never apologized for or acted like that our livelihood is not provided by two things. You, the audience, and the advertisers. Without those two things, there is no Rick and Bubba. So we never try to act like that's not the case. Now, we try to do a good balance of the two, but a lot of you, this product relief factor, and Bubba, I'm trying to remember, and Dr. Jerry Mixon joins us now. Dr. Mixon, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
And if the scoundrels in charge find out how good I feel, they'll tax it. Let's keep it a secret, Tricks. Me, thee, and just your listeners. Okay.
Yeah. So, what do you remember? It would have been right at the beginning of this wonderful research project you were on that then became Relief Factor. How long ago was that when you were on the show and first teamed up with us?
It's been, I don't know, about 10 years or so, I'd guess.
Yeah, at least. I think it may be more than that. But I this particular product, when we talk about it, I mean, look, I've got maybe 60 to 90 seconds to talk about it. We try to do our best when people email us about it on exactly how it works. What is this? What makes it effective? Those kind of things. So it's been a long time since you've been back. If I remember in the very beginning, the research you guys were doing revolved around the aging process. Wasn't that right?
Yes. In fact, I own what are usually called anti-aging clinics. I've got 3 of them. And in fact, I do my own little radio show every Saturday morning for 4 hours. It's Dr. Call-In. People call me about anything connected to medicine, and I do my best to answer their questions from 8 till noon every Saturday morning.
Well, you look great. We see you there on the Zoom option, and you certainly look healthy. How old are you now, Doc?
77.
77. Wow. How about that? So
going strong.
Let's talk a little bit because we've been taking Relief Factor for as long as you've been part of this show. I do 2 packs a day, one in the morning, and then I do my other one at night before I go to bed. And of course, I'll take another one if say I've been out exercising or I made the mistake of being, duped into a pickup basketball game and also I'm like, well, looks like there's going to be three packs today. But I think people really want to know why is it effective? What is it doing compared to over-the-counter stuff? And of course, we all know the problems with the addictive properties of opioids, good gracious. But when you're in pain, you're looking for relief. So sometimes you kind of throw caution to the wind. But with the Relief Factor, you don't have to do that. And why is that? How does it work?
Well, I came up with this formulation kind of an odd way. I actually had a doctor of mine. I've got 50-some physicians as patients in our clinics. Mm-hmm. And I have a doctor who treated a lot of orthopedic injuries. He treated bad shoulders and backs and hips and knees and so on. And he asked me if I could come up with something that would decrease the inflammation and help promote the healing. And so just almost as a favor to him, I jumped into the medical literature. I started looking up natural products that might help decrease inflammation. And I found about 20 of them that are actually decent anti-inflammatories. But then as I kept going through the literature, I found 4 things that had the best research literature saying these actually decrease inflammatory changes. And most pain is caused by inflammation of one sort or another. So then my question was, well, which one do I sell? Which one do I put in a product? And then it occurred to me, why not put all 4 in? Now that means it can't be the cheapest because you've actually got 4 things instead of 1.
Right.
But all 4 of them are good, potent anti-inflammatories. And so that's what we did. We started off, we actually called it the anti-inflammatory system.
Right. Like I always say in the commercials, it's like the Avengers of inflammation.
Yeah.
That's right.
You found.
And so, but the FDA said you can't use the word inflammation in your name because that's a medical condition, and supplements aren't supposed to be medical. So we called it Relief Factor, purposely leaving out relief from what, because then the feds couldn't attack us for anything.
Sure.
And
Doctor,
we started selling it, and it's done wonderful. We've had millions of people buy it, and but it's not a pain reliever in the traditional sense. It's not like aspirin or Tylenol or one of those things where the problem is still there, but you cover up the pain.
Yeah. Right.
What this does is it starts decreasing the level of inflammation. And at some point, if you get the inflammatory changes low enough, the pain starts to fade. Now, that means if your pain is caused by something, piece of scar tissue or a piece of bone, pushing on a nerve.
Yeah.
It's not going to take that thing to make it stop pushing on the nerve.
Right.
So in those cases, relief factor is not going to work real well.
Right.
On the other hand, if you've had, something that is just triggering an inflammatory change and you can lower the inflammation low enough, the pain will go away. The big mistake people make with this is they think that, oh, I've got pain, I can take this and in 30 minutes I'll feel better. No, you have to take it long enough to lower that inflammatory mark. And that may be days, it may be weeks. I've seen a few people need a couple of months, but once it's down, it's down.
Yeah.
And you've actually stopped what is causing your pain instead of just covering up your pain.
Doc, talk to us a little bit about inflammation. What is it exactly, and why does the body do it? And how is that causing pain to begin with?
Well, it's really kind of neat. We have these things in our bodies called nociceptors. They're specialized nerves, and their job is to let you know when you've been injured. So if you twist your ankle or you get cut or somebody bruises you hard, the nociceptors send pain signals to the brain. The brain dilates the blood vessels in that area, and you kick off a short-term localized inflammatory reaction. And that inflammatory reaction is designed to dilate all the blood vessels, to bring in the immune response, to help you clear out the damaged tissue, and then to help you heal and grow and repair the acute damage. So in the short term, inflammation is a good thing. It's there to protect and help us get rid of damaged tissue and repair what's been hurt. The problem is that chronic inflammation is a whole different process. When something is going on and it's triggering an inflammatory reaction and it just goes on and on and on and on, now you start raising cortisol levels from your adrenals. Those nociceptors signals to the brain start kicking off a whole host of reactions. We've got great research to show, for instance, if you've got inflammation in your hip, let's say you have a rheumatoid arthritis or a osteoarthritis in your hip, do you realize the inflammatory products from that are not staying in the hip? They circulate in the body.
Right.
And your risk of heart attacks and strokes goes up from your bad hip, from your bad knees. Chronic inflammatory changes trigger a reaction in the entire body. And so you get remote problems, heart attacks, strokes, other joints start to degenerate. It's a cascade and it builds on itself. And so what we're trying to do is to damp down that chronic inflammatory reaction. This is not a product for short term.
Yeah.
It's for the long term.
Get to the call.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Doc. It's been a great relationship. You can get yours now, the quick start pack, because there's 3 weeks of it for $19.95 by just going to relieffactor.com. It is a phenomenal product, and now you see how it works. Put it to work for you today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wake up too fast. Oh, my head killing me.
I better lay back down.
Yeah, let me lay down for another 45 minutes.
Just ease up.
Oh,
Wake
man.
up too fast. Like ice cream. Oh, what the?
I mean, that kills me. That kills me. Like now they got this click it or ticket in
Don't get me started on that.
Man, they killing me because, I ride in cars where the seatbelt don't fit, okay? I be like, okay, you're going to have to give me a ticket, baby, because I can't click it.
Well, the good news is
I can put it around me.
I don't think
fake like I got it on.
I don't think you're gonna slam into the dash if you're wedged in there to start with.
Well, I got to build an airbag, baby.
Baby, you see your ride, you hold it right here.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I thought y'all give me more on that, by the way.
It's like when you're on the airplane, when she starts telling you how to connect, and you just go, well, that's a waste. Let me read this magazine.
Exactly. Because, then they come up and try to embarrass you all out. Do you need a seatbelt extension? I'd be like, well, you knew I needed a seatbelt extension when I got on this plane. You see me walk through that door sideways. You seen the terror on these people's faces I walk down the aisle? Because you know they be praying, please, God, don't let them be silly, please. Please let me walk to the back, Lord. I'll do anything you want. I'll stop smoking marijuana. You gotta walk to the back. Lord, he got a bag of chicken in his hand, too, Jim. And people always polite to fat people on the plane. I'm going to see if there's other seats so I can give you some room. I'm like, thank you.
Bubba and I both got on the plane. We was over time, and we got on eating pizza, and we thought, don't you know everybody's going? I tell you, the fat guy can't even wait.
Yeah.
Had to bring some
You know
pizza.
what? It's a long time before they bring around that refreshment cart.
I'm telling you right now.
And they're little. They're little tots with peanuts.
Very skimpy.
What they think we are, elephants? Give me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Give me something real. I mean, if you have fat people on plane, that we need to be on plane. They hard on fat folks. You know they.
I know.
You know they charging us 2 tickets to get on the plane and stuff. Now, they stopped me before I got on the plane like I was a terrorist. They said, excuse me, sir, for our safety and your safety, could you please go and buy another ticket? How me being broke gonna make y'all safe? Since you're a larger size person, you need an extra seat. I said, well, just give me an extra seat. Why I got to pay for it? I said, I hold my breath. I'll suck it in. I won't eat the peanuts, I promise. I said, how am I a terrorist? But since Saddam's so skinny, he can walk right on the plane. He can walk right on the plane because he in shape with bombs and bazookas. But I'm just walking on with a stomach, and I'm dangerous.
You know, the thing too about those peanuts get me. If you're having peanuts as a refreshment, you shouldn't be able to count them without separating them. You know what? Look, son, let's count to 4. Let's open the bag of peanuts.
First time
1, 2.
First time I ever flew, I thought they said peanuts. I pictured a big old jar with Mr. Peanut on the side of it.
A can.
I didn't picture that.
They go, where'd I put the lid at? Oh, you won't need to.
I said, that's not an order of peanuts. That's a family of peanuts.
You ever be so hungry you try to open that bag up? Boy, you be freaking out.
You for being with us today. It is another day and another hour. We're thankful you're with us, paying attention for an active week coming up. Where was it? I couldn't find it. Okay. But anyway, so as we work our way back, I'll let you know some things that are going on this week. Scott Dawson will be up in Sevierville, Tennessee. He's also our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast tomorrow. So you'll get up there on all things on Scott Dawson. So he's speaking there at Connect Church. It's a breakfast for men, so if you want to be part of that, go to themanchurch.com. I'll go to Rossville, Georgia, Lord willing, on Sunday. Get to do the worship service at 11, so everybody's welcome there at Shiloh Baptist Church. Then we'll do a man church later that day at 5. So if you want to be part of that, check that at themanchurch.com or burgessministries.com to get information on both. And then on Tuesday of next week, the 24th, Sherry Burgess in Pensacola, First Baptist Church, Pensacola, Florida, for their big women's event. Ladies, make your plans to go out and see Miss Sherry. So, all right. We do have a number of things we've covered. If you missed those, catch the archives later today. Bubba, your old buddy Gavin Newsom is back.
Gavin's at it again.
Gavin,
Huh?
he just keeps waiting for the Democrats to decide that Kamala can't win and then bring him in, kind of like they brought Kamala in for the current president. By the way,
don't write it off yet.
Joe Biden is still currently president.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting that. It keeps getting by me. But anyway, I don't see him a whole lot, and when I do, I certainly don't think he's in charge. But what is Gavin trying to do here involving memes, did you say?
Rick, the governor yesterday signed AB 2655, forcing social media sites to ban election-related memes created with AI. And we have a story on it.
Okay, here we go.
Here's Gavin talking about it.
There are a lot of deepfakes out there. There's not a lot of disclosure. There's not a lot of labeling. So among the many AI bills that are on the desk are 3 specific election-related bills.
And then do you want to sign some laws?
I just thought, why waste your time with a politician unless they're going to do something for you? There's 2.
2 are signed, and 3 are signed.
And this is now official. That is now injunctive relief if you do any of those deepfake election misrepresentations. So that's how easy it is to govern in California.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Nice purple suit.
It is easy to govern in California because you become a dictator.
Here is the problem. He
California's
referred
looking
to
good,
the deep fake videos. I certainly understand
Yeah.
why there is
Sure,
concern
yeah,
about that.
yeah.
But this also bans memes, which are jokes, which are
Right.
satire.
Right.
Where does this end? Elon Musk has come out very strongly against this, saying it's nothing more than political censorship, which, we try to limit censorship in our society. We even try more to limit censorship when it comes to political figures and elections. We've talked about this before. There are laws on the book called truth in advertising.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just make outrageous claims that do not apply to your product and get away with it. The truth in advertising laws will kick in and they will get you. Now, you can say it's the best and the greatest, but when you start quoting that it can do things that it cannot be proven to do, they will shut you down on it. Those kind of things are somewhat wise in some cases. But when it comes to political ads, a politician is not subject to the truth in advertising laws. They can say anything they want to say. And you think, well, why is that? If they had to answer to the truth in advertising laws, you would see the ads be a whole lot different. A lot of people go, well, that's a good idea. But the problem is that if you are a legitimate campaign and you're running ads, your opponent will just tie you up with a lawsuit saying everything you say is not true, and you never get access to the people. So I don't know where we should fall on this as a free society. It really gets complicated at points.
It does, but your greater point is one I can't get past. I just can't recall a time that I turned power over to the state or federal government that they didn't abuse it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Now they become the person that decides if my meme is something that should be eradicated from society. And they're the judge of it. Well, you start out, to your point, Bubba, thinking, well, they'll only get rid of things that we all would agree are bad. But they won't. They won't stop there. Then they'll just decide, I just don't like you and I don't like what you say.
Yeah.
And so I'll use this law to say, I don't like your meme. I don't like what you put on your social media, and I'm going to take it away. It's kind of like that thing where you start thinking about, well, this sounds good. For these things, these people in this category shouldn't be able to do this, this, and this. And then all of a sudden you look and the government widens the category and now you're in it.
Yeah, yeah. You got to be careful of that. It's like these red flag laws. We say, and we've seen this in the assassination attempts recently, the FBI was on these guys.
Mm-hmm.
They knew there was a problem. They had been visited in both cases at some point, but they couldn't do a lot about it. Now, some people have said, well, we need these red flag laws. So, we red flag these people that we feel like are mentally unstable so they don't have access to weapons. Well, that sounds good to normal people. But the problem is, who's deciding what the red flag is? What's the criteria? And then at some point it becomes, you like this candidate, and obviously he's a threat to democracy, so we can't have you putting out anything or owning a gun. And you see how it just gets out of control because you still have humans involved, and humans are inherently going to make an error in this.
Well, and now you go to
abuse it.
4B, Tim Walz, and then you listen to what he says, and there's two things he's going to say that is the very problem we're talking about. So this is a flashback. He said this a while back. Here we go.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
He wants to be in charge of what's hate speech.
Yeah.
He wants to be in charge of what's misinformation. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's where, we go back and we all learned in school when we were talking about this, where free speech ended. And the example was you could not stand up in a movie theater and scream fire because people would get trampled getting out. And you go, okay, well, that's, we had the Supreme Court rule on that. Okay, that's reasonable. So, but then you start walking it out to this. And he says, well, we don't want hate speech out there. Okay, well, what is hate speech? Well, his hate speech may be my religious freedom.
That's correct.
And then the two start to clash. You don't have that problem in a theater when somebody yells fire. And so it does get very complicated, and you add in social media, but I really don't see where memes should be included in this. They're comedic.
Yeah, nobody takes the memes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, we've got this guy who can turn them out 50 a day, and they're all hilarious.
Yes.
Not always true, not always accurate, but they're comical. They're satire.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Where do you separate the comedy and the satire versus someone trying to mislead somebody?
Yeah.
Oh, in California, they could look at Babylon Bee's meme and say that's out.
It's done.
Yeah.
The whole site's done.
Yeah, and Hillary Clinton, within the last 48 hours, was on MSNBC and said something very similar to Tim Walz about misinformation and
controlling the media, controlling the message.
Yeah, we really need to thank. I know this sounds. We really need to thank Elon Musk for buying Twitter.
Yeah,
we don't know what we'd be living in right now.
He is the one avenue now that has broken the dam, so to speak, on the big social media people and the government having control of what we're learning. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Here's the thing, too, and this is so funny. This is just us as people, and I find this somewhat funny. We point these things out and go, yeah, well, we need to limit this, limit that. It makes good sense. We know it can get out of control. But you see this this is where the Federal Reserve came out.
Right.
People did not trust the U.S. government to be in charge of the money and be in charge of the supply. So they created the Federal Reserve, which was an independent company. Okay, it is independent, but it also is a special government agency too. So, and it's all intertwined. But it's funny, if the government controls it, we always want freedom from it.
Right.
And if we have too much freedom with it, we want the government to control it to make it regulated, like now with the NIL stuff. See, we all want that cleaned up. But guess what? To have it cleaned up, somebody has to have power to do it. And then, they abuse that power.
Yeah.
Here's that clip. I'm sorry. Here's that clip Speedy was talking about. This Hillary Clinton said this the day after Trump, that second attempt on his life happened. The day after Hillary Clinton said this on MSNBC.
And I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is. The late, great journalist Harry Evans, one time said that, journalists should, really try to achieve objectivity. And by that, he said, I mean, they should cover the object. Well, the object in this case is Donald Trump. His demagoguery, his danger to our country and the world, and stick with it.
So all media should be saying he's dangerous.
Do what I say.
Yeah. You know what, Hillary? We disagree with you about, 5,000%.
Yeah.
So why do we want the media to go with your interpretation? Why don't they go with mine? Because I'm just as important as you in my mind.
Right.
Maybe not in your mind. See, it's just we're like a dog chasing his tail, aren't we?
Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's been last week, I guess, that they went.
Y'all listen to the show on 590 while you were down there?
He did.
Every morning.
You
got hooked on the statue coming down, didn't you?
Yeah, he said that he ran the beaches screaming 590 rocks.
Yeah, he got fired up when I was talking about the statue, and even I had to get up and go look at it.
I woke everybody up every morning and say, 590 zone is kicking. Y'all come on, get up.
Yes, so it's 590 thumping?
I was thumping down there in Panama City. Cool 107, Pensacola.
Yeah, hey, when we're walking down the strip and this group of this truckload full of girls drives by, and Hobie goes, "Hey, 590, check us out in the morning."
That was the line. That was what we had to use.
And they go, "Oh, that's fine."
590.
And see, you know what? The younger generation, especially hot babes in the back of a pickup truck,
yes,
they don't appreciate being on the lower end of the band where it really carries. I mean, really, they don't.
Really booms out there.
That's where right near all that water, it'll reach up there and go.
I guarantee you can hear it in Cuba.
How about 590 will reach up there and touch you?
We did get one sighting when we was walking down the strip from a truckload full of people. They watch us on Turner South in Atlanta, so that was pretty neat.
Really?
Of course, they didn't know our names. They just called us the Rick and Bubba Show. But
Rick and Bubba!
But you still get that was really weird. They didn't listen. All they did was watch. So.
Yeah, how about when you run into people, the only way they know the show is from the TV? That's scary, isn't it?
Well, it's on some places the radio.
I know, you're right.
Look, I'll take them however we can get them.
Hey, can I tell you this, too? One thing I've noticed, and you know, we've always been very open about, you know, our shortcomings in life and the ones they are, but I've had this been said more than once now from people who see us on TV. Quote, "Hey, I'll tell you what, y'all look better than you do on TV."
Well, you know, TV adds a little weight to you. 5'10", 100 pounds.
Yeah, do we look rough on TV? Like, I guess we do. I mean, it's you know.
Look, I've seen some of the reporters we see on TV, and you see them in person, and they appear to be much more attractive than on TV.
But I
hope that's what they're talking about.
I thought TV was all about being an optical illusion, and everybody, you know, present yourself in a good way, and we come across as washed out and fat. Did you know that?
How can that be, Rick? How can that be?
I know. So.
Speedy, you're on during a lot of that. I'll just let you know.
Oh, there it is. The phone troll music. Phone troll music's happening. If you're watching on YouTube, you may not know that. But that means the lines are available. The real Greg Burgess grabs the phones, and we're going to talk to America. Let's go.
Area code 212.
Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. 30-second buzzer will happen. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We're just rolling through comments and questions. 10 lines make it easy to get in, and our friend the buzzer. Barriers are a blessing. We'll be sure you don't have to wait too terribly long. So dial right now. Let's get you lined up as I point to you about something that is on all of our minds, and that is security. We don't really feel safe, do we? SimplySafeBubba.com/bigbox. No need to live in fear. Just get the proper security. They're the best in the business, and let me tell you, if you're looking like, you know what, I don't think that feeling secure in my own place should be a luxury. Well, you're right. So why don't you go right now? We'll get you 50% off a new system, the award-winning security system from simplysafe.com/bigbox. Free indoor security camera as well. So 50% off and a free indoor security camera. Their exclusive LiveGuard technology is great. Okay, it's fantastic. They can actually interact with anyone who might be breaking into your property. Hey, we see you.
Gotcha.
It's like your mom is always
I'm
there.
on ya.
We see you. Also could alert you of a fire, God forbid. Flood, carbon monoxide poisoning at 1 a.m. in the morning while you're sleeping. So put them to work for you today by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox and get 50% off. And you'll also pick up a free indoor camera as well. The link that you're looking for, if you're thinking, all right, you can just go there, a sponsors button at rickandbubba.com. Here we go, 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with John in Huntsville. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Thanks, boys. Look, Speedy, I don't know why y'all give him such a hard time about his frugalness. I got a buddy that, he's been saving because he's frugal, and look, he finally moved out of his box into a 93 LeSabre.
Frugal and cheap are two different things.
Yeah, right.
They're two different things.
Say that again.
Yeah. Of course, you know where you land.
Y'all something else.
Jerry in Gadsden, Z93 is our home there. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, how y'all doing this morning, buddy?
We're good. I hope you're well, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'd like to talk about Kamala and how...
Who you want to talk about?
Kamala Harris.
You mean Kamala?
Kamala, yeah, Kamala.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Kamala. Hey.
She still ain't got a vote, boys, and she's running for president. She still don't have a single vote.
Yeah, we've hit that a few times. Yeah,
she did get some votes of the delegates at the convention. Now she has not
got any.
She has not got one vote in an election where people go to the polls. So I got that.
Right,
but she is the nominee of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but they went around their elbow.
You
know what?
Let's go to
no threat to democracy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Democratic Party, when they had their first shot at her, said no. Suddenly, America, we're supposed to embrace her.
Yeah.
JR, Sweet Home Alabama. 30 seconds. JR, lines are opening up. You can join us now. JR, go.
Oh, okay. I was going to let you know that the number one song in Springfield, Ohio this morning is Buffalo Springfield. There's something happening here.
Of course, that's called for what it's worth, but let me tell you, I understand what you're saying.
It's something.
I'll tell you, one of the better memes I saw, it popped up on our text line a minute ago, it was a cartoon of a little kid at the teacher's desk, and she's saying, "The dog ate my homework, then an immigrant ate my dog."
Yes.
All
and
right.
that was a good one. That's the new excuse at school.
Funny.
We continue.
Cats and dogs.
Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Biggins,
buddy.
Listen, are you guys aware that M&M has a variety pack where you can get the original, the peanut, and the peanut butter M&Ms just all wadded in there together? You can just grab a handful of everything.
You call them variety bag?
A variety bag, yes.
No, I hadn't. Bubba keeps creating a variety, paper bowl in here, but I didn't know there's a pack like that.
Wow.
And
handfuls of goodness.
I've noticed, and it may just be me, the shows appear to be better daily if I've had a lot of sugar.
Yes.
You know,
No doubt.
I mean, just an observation.
No, a lot of people look back and say, what's going on with Bubba's energy in the flashbacks? I said, oh, he was always on sugar. I mean, it never ended.
Yeah.
I mean, there was never, we were never without sugar.
That's right.
Let's go to Jarrett, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Jarrett, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Jarrett. I hope you're well.
Yes, sir, I am. I was going to say, hope y'all have a great rest of the week and a good weekend, and God bless and roll tide.
Well, Jarrett,
Oh,
well, you know what? I mean,
you hit it all right
little
there.
midweek stop in and a little roll tide in there just in case.
Yep.
What are the Tide fans going to do this week?
I don't know.
I mean, it's like,
I don't know. They got a weekend off.
well, this is a good weekend to head over to Bryant Museum
Oh, well, there's
in
that.
Tuscaloosa, Road
All
Tide,
right, it gives
and just
them
cast your eyes among the past championships.
It also gives them a chance to watch other teams and cheer against them.
That's true.
Or get things done they've been putting off on college game day and get it done.
They
so
thought
they
they had it done in August and it snuck up on them,
Yeah.
and now I got to go back.
Well, we
and get
could
that
be happy for Arkansas. They'll get a W this weekend, Road Tide.
They may.
Let's go to Trenton in Gadsden, Z93. Trenton, go ahead, buddy. Uh-oh. I think what happened there, because
that one in
Mr.
there.
Excitement in there,
Yeah.
taking phones right now. I believe the fellow wanted to just be Nopey and us
Oh,
not
did
say
he?
his name.
Yeah.
And of course, Greg put his name on there instead of just
Greg.
saying Nopey. Yeah, a lot of people, have you heard that, people are asking, it's just a hard question. Is it possible that Nopey found his way to Springfield?
that is a concern.
That's a
You
hard
hope
question.
not.
That's tough.
That's
there.
a hard question right there.
You hope he's with the right family.
Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a while.
We haven't.
Yeah, so, and dogs only live so long. I hate to break that to everybody.
Right.
I know we try to.
How long ago
It's
was
a
that?
much better time to be in Gardendale.
Do y'all remember? Y'all remember how long ago that was?
I don't know.
I wonder how old it.
Drew in Tuscaloosa. Drew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all doing today, Biggins?
We're good. We're good.
Dandy.
Good. Since Alabama doesn't have a game this weekend, we're going to the Bristol night race.
A Road Tide.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, wear the ear protection. You'll be thankful you did.
So I heard.
Yes.
No pun intended.
Yes. So you've never been there before?
I have not. I've been to Talladega about 45 times.
Yes.
And that one's,
of course.
you get a little break every now and then in there. I've heard Bristol, you don't get a break.
No, it's not very big. It's an oval, and there's a big old high stadium, and it's like you're watching a NASCAR race in the bathroom.
Hello. Come on. Y'all have a good one.
It's a great experience, though. From everybody, I've never been there, but that's how it was described to me by Greg and Speedy.
Loud but fun.
Loud but fun. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget the daily archives. They are available on the podcast channel, also on the YouTube channel. But if you have more Rick and Bubba today, stick around. We'll continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a good shot right there.
So Christopher Columbus will learn how to direct one of these days.
Willie. Yeah, what you can see.
Willie.
Look at his reaction in there.
Okay, all right.
Okay, put us back.
Sorry.
All right, I'm in a dilemma here because I know this story will take some time. It'll take a segment.
Christopher, it goes like this. Stand by, Speedy. Speedy, you're on. You're clear.
But we've only got like 2 minutes before we need to take a break. And then because I want to come back here, I don't want this story to be rushed. Something happened to them on the beach. It started traveling the halls yesterday.
Well, give us an update on you and Megan.
We're doing great.
Are you?
Saw her last night.
That's it? That's all?
No, I saw her we went out Saturday night and then went out last night. So she came over and watched TV over at the house.
Why? Well, how come she didn't get a group of girls to go down the beach too?
No, I don't think we're at that stage yet. She's tossed up the fact, I think, to see my reaction to it, that she wanted to go to the beach, and I gave her clearance. So
To go while you were there with the boys?
No, with her friends.
Well, sure. What do you care?
Are y'all still moving forward? I mean,
every day
love is in the air, or are y'all just taking it slow, or what? Is there a fire burning? What's going on?
I think it's kind of making itself take slow just because of our schedules and distance between it. This is really, we both announced that it's really the longest relationship, like long distance wise. It's a little longer than you think it is.
So you live in the same town, but
I mean,
technically
it is minimal an hour from house to house. So it's 30 minutes, even if you meet in the middle. And
I was in your stomping grounds last night.
Really?
Hueytown, baby.
Hueytown?
I was there.
We was at the house. Why didn't you swing by?
Can I tell you this? The mullet is alive and well in Hueytown.
Hey, I still live there.
Well, no, that's nothing wrong with that. I got a semi-mullet myself. So Ryan Greenwood's got a mullet.
Now they'll rock it down there in Hueytown.
Oh yeah. So y'all, the last time you were here, remember this? He said, y'all were not to the point where you introduced her as, and this is my girlfriend Megan.
You don't introduce her as your girlfriend?
Do you now?
That's pretty close now, yeah. Especially after that day, it was kind of almost a DTR. We had to discuss that.
To define the relationship talk?
Yeah.
Right.
Because she jokingly, the rest of that day, go, I'll see you later. This is your girlfriend. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, because you had popped off on the show and forgot you were broadcasting.
Sure.
And
for some
Speedy
reason,
will do you a lot of
when it
favors,
comes to
too, with that camera.
relationships.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right then, that camera shot that Speedy had, she's probably doing a little DTR herself.
Yeah.
All right, when we come
Appreciate
back, so y'all are doing well. It's progressing slowly but surely.
Yes.
Y'all are officially boyfriend and girlfriend now?
Yes.
You're not dating anybody?
I'll call it. No, we're exclusive.
Okay. All right.
At least my end. I need her to be, too.
I see horizontal stripes, still part of the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Look, I'm proud.
You lost a lot of weight, and you thought you could go back horizontal and wear light colors.
Well,
That's
fine
fine.
if it was one up top instead of right down
Well, that
here at
is
the gut.
better. Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean? Down here at the gut, it's a little broad when it gets down there, and you got to watch out.
What happened in PC, we will find out when we return.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
here we go. It is a brand new hour. Thanks for being with us. What up, America? Glad you're here. The gang is all here. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll finish Hebrews today. We should. Chapter 13, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, and then archived soon after to the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. And I think the next series, Bubba, is one of your favorites. We'll start that, Lord willing, a week from today, the book of Daniel, one of your favorites.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and that's
70 weeks.
That's going to be another deep dive. I went into almost like a time of recovery after going through Genesis and the Revelation, and now.
Oh, you picking some Daniel?
Yeah, well, it's these things I want to learn about and I want to know more about, and everybody involved sends in their requests. They're like, hey, we're a little confused on some of this. Let's dive in and let's see if we can be well versed on it. And it certainly has benefited me, but some of these are more difficult to take on than others. I'll just say that.
You know, I think Daniel is one of the more interesting characters in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all know, of course, of Jesus and the disciples and Moses, but I think Daniel is very, very interesting.
Oh, yeah. It is. And so we will jump into that beginning next Wednesday, Lord willing. So, all right. So another thing coming up, I'm checking out here. If you look at things that are ahead of you got big markers out there. And my 60th birthday is approaching. We're headed toward October 3rd, just wide open. And then you look at October 5th, and I keep hearing about this participation of Greg and Speedy. This thing's been ongoing. Greg and his wife Lisa have been involved for many years with Venice's Foundation. You guys just did a charity charge for them on Monday.
That's right.
Thank you for all that. And there's this crap run. And Greg started out kind of promoting it, then he kind of walked it, then he started.
The name? How did we get that name?
Wasn't it just all the crap you go through when you're going through cancer? Wasn't that it?
Crap.
Yeah. That was kind of their motto of all the hassle and horror it brings you, and all of that.
Crap.
Yeah, and so. And it's perfect for Greg. It sounds like he came up with it.
Yes.
Hey, I understand. I got you.
Yes, you have been there. You have felt that one.
But I avoided a lot of the treatment that so many people do not avoid, and I'm thankful for that. But I also feel for them.
Yeah, I mean that was big.
Yep.
Big. Yep. So I keep hearing the chatter between these two on the kickoff hour about their preparation. Somehow Greg's pulled Speedy in, which I think is a friend foul.
Yeah.
And if I can just throw that out there, we're not supposed to bring everybody into your own stuff. We try to protect each other,
Ricky,
saying, "Hey, I feel called to this. You may not. Don't let me drag you in it."
It wasn't me.
This is like Bubba saying, "Rick, I need you to Soundfest." I mean, you should not have done this.
Speedy's been bragging about how good he runs.
See, we're making all that up, and I'm gonna tell you his approach was brilliant because it came through his wife.
We even got pictures of it here from the previous year.
That would be outlawed in California.
That's funny.
So Speedy's been pulled in. Lisa, when you bring the wives in, it gets a lot different.
Thanks, Greg.
But I keep hearing, like today, I heard you guys in the kickoff hour, and there seems to be these passing comments that y'all are injured.
Yeah.
Are y'all injured?
Yeah.
What do you mean you're injured?
Can't run.
What do you mean you can't run?
Can't run.
See, I've been getting not great, but better every year. And this year I've taken it started out when my back was hurt. Remember I had to go to therapy. You remember that?
Yes, Greg, I do.
And so I lost a lot of run time then. Well, I got all that worked out. And now my daggum knee is killing me. And I'm trying to run, and it just hurts, and I'm trying to act like it don't. And also I look, well, hey, now we're 2 weeks out.
Yes.
2 weeks out, and I ain't even nowhere near where I'm supposed to be.
And I know this sounds like the old man's club here.
Because it is.
Yeah.
Exactly
can I break that to y'all?
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know when I did it. This is for years. It all.
Is this the bull riding thing?
No,
that's my knee, but I worked through that, but it's still not right. But it's my Achilles tendonitis that I thought was plantar, and it kind of moved up.
Well, you get Bubba to wake up there.
And it came from me weed eating my heel in the backyard. The next morning, I kind of woke up, and that's been years ago, and I kind of worked through it. But whenever I start to run, it's like the Achilles where it meets the calf at the bottom of the calf. I mean, it feels like somebody's got a knot.
Oh, you're gonna get an Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm talking about a knot, and so I try to stretch and do all that. I mean, but if I just run a mile, I'm fine. But if I ever reach out further than that, it starts locking up, and I'm like,
well, now this is a 5K. Right?
I know it's 3 point whatever, 2, 1 something.
So, Greg,
a little over 3 miles.
Is your injury keeping you from running?
No, I'm gonna run. I may have to convert to 30-10 at any moment during it.
What?
You know, where I walk 30.
Are you
run
30-10ing on your daily stuff, or I don't know if you do it every day, but when you do it,
I've given myself a week off to see if it can get better. But I'll start back.
Get that relief
October 5th.
factor out and get in chewing them up.
You ought to be taking that like candy.
You got to stretch the calf
Honestly,
muscle. Speedy. You
the
got to stretch the
Calotren
calf
does
muscle.
help. But for my joints, it's really good with that because that collagen supplement. So I've been pounding that.
Do you know how to do a calf stretch?
Something else.
Do you know how to
do you know that I have?
Now, you don't have any calves, so you may not do it.
Just
That's true.
I was waiting.
It's all Achilles.
The over under was 3 minutes.
Well, a calf stretch with you seems like a bit of a waste of time.
That's fine. Who are you, my sons?
I felt like the last 2 years that my times were the best they'd been, and this would be the year that I was going to finally. And it's looking like
So
crap.
keep pushing it. You got to keep pushing it.
Yeah,
Greg.
Greg, the calendar, you can't beat the calendar. You can still do a little better, but you got to get away from this pounding running. It's not good.
Yeah,
you need to be on. You know what you need to be on? A rower
or a bike.
You keep pounding them drinks.
A real bike.
No,
on the trail. I love that.
Buddy.
I did that. Remember when I did the bow bikes?
Maybe you can just handle the pistol and start the race.
Every time we bring up bicycles, you don't have to. I did bow bikes, Bama.
That's
You
right.
did-
30 years ago.
As you know, Greg.
Smoked it.
How about this? As you know, if you're going to get on a bike, be sure you got the right seat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But and the good
Those
thing,
bike
one thing I
rides
don't like
terrify me of a group riding together.
But the
I
good
mean, they're
thing-
horrible. You got no protection.
I've gone too
whatsoever.
far on one of them show enough good bikes, and all of a sudden things start getting numb that I'm not really willing to give up.
Well, you got to know how
I
big
mean,
it is.
I'm like, no, if we're not gonna get numb there.
Yeah, you better get some
Big
of that.
Papa's getting off the bike.
Yeah, but
So you're not concerned about my calf?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about y'all fulfilling this obligation.
No, I won't.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to run.
No, and I don't know that
I'm gonna
us
attempt
running
it.
is really a big deal. Isn't the
It's
whole
not-
point of
no,
us
this
coming,
is me
promoting it,
personally.
emceeing it, and
Yes.
stuff?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
Then what's the deal?
The
But
most
no.
valuable thing to them is getting people there. Y'all don't have to
We
run.
don't.
No,
I keep telling Greg that,
but
and
I
he's
put
like,
it
"No,
on
I'm from,
myself."
I'm from Calhoun County. I'm a local. I'm doing it."
No,
That's
I
absolutely-
personally have ran the past 5-6 years. I don't know, and I just feel obligated to myself.
I want to
run.
make Lee proud of me. He's from Piedmont, you know.
Well, I know
one of the
Philip. I
sponsors
know
of the
Philip
event.
Webb would be very disappointed.
He would.
If you
He
were
would.
even not there to
Oh,
run with
yeah.
him.
I thought maybe Philip Webb could maybe carry you. What if you
If he
jumped
was
on his
there,
back?
So you walked into the tomb and opened the mummy.
Yeah, they've actually got a tuber.
Philip can't make it this year.
A tuber group called Good Time Gang that is signed up for that. But I actually have a calf stretcher, and you put your foot in it.
You've overdone it somewhere.
That's good, though. There you are.
There
you are.
Back off that a little.
He made yours disappear.
And Kate.
That's good.
Now listen, all kidding aside, and
All right,
I'll
so y'all
admit
don't give a
this,
damn about my calf.
because we
That's fine.
for years, Speedy and I worked out together and did CrossFit together.
Look, I got muscles.
No,
I'm
just,
a workout
I
boy.
got muscles, and look at me,
You're not
Lisa.
listening. He's sandbagging. If he'll smoke, he'll run it with no problem.
Are you
not-
sandbagging?
It's not a
He is.
competition, Greg. If I run it and I'm well enough, we're going to stay together.
No, but my point
And
is,
I'm not
he'll
gonna talk
just-
to you.
He'll just go off and smoke me.
I think about going.
Greg, you know
it's-
what? Oh, you trying to make fun of
No,
me.
I'm serious.
By
I'm
using
thinking
the word
about going
smoke.
Instagram Live the whole way, but Shannon Sharp scared me to death. But I'm
What
going to
plans
go.
you have during the grab?
I'm thinking about it, but all you would hear is the video would be
sound like-
bouncing.
it would.
It'd be awful.
You know what'd be hilarious? And you've seen him, and somebody keeps sending some pictures. If Speedy was so injured and he rode it on a motorized toilet.
I'm in.
Sitting over,
I'm in.
I like it.
I'm
Of course,
in.
we could cheat.
And on the back of it, you had Nashville bound.
Okay,
That'd
I
be a
like
good
that. That's good.
Isn't that a good one?
Any more jokes?
Y'all good? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Don Juan DeMarco, the boys headed out to the beach, young, single. Usually here I would put the word dumb, but Don Juan's 26. He was with you, so there was a little bit
chaperone.
He was kind of like the chaperone.
Setting a good example for you young men.
Setting a good example for his young friends.
We were supposed to look up to him. He was supposed to keep us in check on this
What did
trip.
he go do?
So what did y'all do? Y'all just went down to the beach for a few days to goof off.
Right.
Yeah.
In the land of 590.
We just had nothing. We all had a week where we didn't have anything major going on during the week, so we headed out and
road trip.
Yeah, we took off down there, and the key down there now is the strip. It's about a 3-mile strip, and it takes you 3 hours to get from one end to the other.
I was familiar with that in my younger days.
Right, and
it was just a 45-minute strip when you were going.
Yeah,
about a mile.
So but now the key is you can walk faster than you can drive it. So the cool thing is to walk now. Even though if you have a car, you still go walk on the strip. So we've did all our cruise, and we're like, we just gotta get out of the truck, and all three of us hit the strip. We're walking. This is right. We'd already got the love from the truckload that watches the show, so
gave you a little confidence.
We're untouchable on the strip now. You know what I mean?
Sure.
We're like we like it. So
everybody knows us. That's fine.
Yeah, Hobie's got his beads around his neck.
When you own 590 AM, I mean, people will recognize you.
Yeah, sure. When you're on a blowtorch like that, everybody's going to know you on the strip because they all get up early to listen to it the next morning. So we're walking down the strip, and this SUV we're walking against the grain. The traffic's going opposite us, and there's this SUV that comes up, and it's got all the windows down, it's jamming, hatchbacks open, and there's just muscle guys in there as far as you could see.
Oh, huge.
Like a clown car. They're just packed in there.
And muscles everywhere you look.
They all got the tank tops, shirtless, some of them muscle shirt. Well, one of the passenger leans out the window.
Y'all didn't know you'd see us down there, did you?
Hey, matter of fact, the passenger looked like Rick.
We're walking shoulder to shoulder, and this guy leans out, and the guy in the truck leans out. I mean, he's like wasted. He goes, gay, gay, gay. Right there. Look, he like... I'm sure. So we're like, oh! So,
let me just say, I've learned a lot from Speedy.
Thank you. Oh, yes. That's
a
diplomat.
I've been under Speedy's wings for a long time.
The diplomat.
Let me just say that.
So split second.
I know I'm getting this somehow.
Split second. I mean, he don't even take time to think. Then he goes, you want that A whooped? Like that.
He just came out.
Yeah, he put the arms out. I mean, he was ready.
He points, gives him the point at you. Want that A whoop?
Did he go gangster?
So me and Hobie, we're like, oh, you can't be doing that.
Don't say that, dude.
So look at, and I'm like, we just stop. We're just standing there, and the truck is kind of flowing, and you hear, pull this effing car over right now.
Oh, no.
Look, you hear, why? Because he just told me he's going to whip my A. Look, so like, you hear, pull over, pull over. So immediately, your gut instinct takes off. I'm gone.
And we thought...
Show me that run again.
Let's go.
And we thought Fabio at Edgewater. That's fine.
We're just taking off.
And that's about how fast he was moving, too.
Let's go.
Here we go. Look, so I'm just running as far and as fast as I can. It's that gut instinct. I go, they can't catch me. I'm going.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The gang all here today, Speedy, Greg, Adler, and of course Bill Bubba Bussy. And, we look, see, every day, pulling the curtain back, we talk about this. We come into the office, Bubba and I do, and Speedy and Adler and the combination, every now and then Greg will throw something in. They kind of pull together the things that are going on in the world, and then there's things that are just bizarre or might be an interesting conversation. And I'm not sure that I've been avoiding this video. I have. Bubba brought it up in the break. I had looked down at it, and when I saw the word horrifying and disgusting, I thought to myself, I don't think I'm going to call for that one. But then I heard it being discussed again, and then Speedy begins this campaign that, Bubba, you and I must see this.
Oh, my God.
Well, I asked for a screening in the break, and I didn't get it.
Well, it's like tasting something bad and somebody going, hey, look, taste this.
Here, try this.
Like, why would I do that? You just said it was awful.
Apparently, there was a man walking around Nashville's honky-tonks.
Mm-hmm.
It says with no skull.
Yeah.
They said that
why do you have no skull?
They wouldn't let him check in. They wouldn't let him smoke at the hospital, and he just checked himself out and began to wander the streets of Nashville.
How can you?
I can't show this.
I
can't look at this.
I've already looked at it once. I'm not going to look again.
I ain't looking.
I'm not looking ever.
Yeah, so he's got a head full of hair, and then all of a sudden it's just gone.
I don't like.
What do you mean he has no skull? What do you mean he has no skull?
Yeah, have you
How
ever
can you have a head and no skull?
have you ever
have you seen half?
Have you ever
You remember that guy?
taken a deer and then and got his horns, and it's just the top of that the head is just gone? Yeah. That's it.
Well,
no,
that's good.
Let's see.
It's good description.
All right.
Are we talking bowl?
You're not going to put it on the.
Are we talking about exposed brain?
No, well, it's red. Yeah, there's nothing there. It's no skin or nothing.
Well, can't walk around like
can't
that.
you get a piece of plastic and put
And
it
then
under there?
my favorite is when he touches it and looks at his
All
fingers.
right, I gotta cut the screen out of the shot.
Can't you get plastic and put in there like they did on Christmas Vacation? He said he.
Because when the microwave.
Yeah, the microwave made him wet his pants.
All right, here we go. Are y'all ready?
Can I stop everything for a second?
What's that?
I want to know why I'm watching it. Am I watching it because he's wandering around Nashville? And he walked out of the hospital, and people are at honky-tonks saying you can't come in here either.
Well, he left the hospital,
my intrigue?
Who let him out?
Rick, he left the hospital because they wouldn't let him smoke.
Right.
That's what you did.
So it says.
Did smoking
now
lead to
he's
half a
walking
head?
around in Nashville so he can smoke.
Speedy, you need to watch this because
I'm the one that sent it.
Oh my gosh! I just glanced at it, y'all. It's so.
I can't look at it.
Don't show it.
Do not watch this.
It's up. Here it is. There's the man.
Viewer discretion.
I looked at it again. Why did I look again?
Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm not looking at it.
Oh, why am I looking again?
I'm not doing it.
I'm looking at.
I'm yet to look.
Speedy.
You gotta look,
Oh,
Rick.
he's touching it. He's touching it. He's
I can't
touching
look.
it. Just touch it.
I can't look.
What is he doing?
Rick, they're looking. You look.
Bubba, can I look?
Rick, it looks like a guy with hair, and it looks like a lawnmower went through the middle of it.
It does.
Can I look? How bad is it?
It's not. It's
ain't
more
that.
interesting
Lord,
than
take
it
my
is.
eyes,
Would you have, if you'd have
Now
got
that move bothered
if you got a chance to look at it in the break, would you have approved it?
I'm not as scared of it as
What is
everybody
his
else.
future plan
okay.
on this as
Okay.
far
I'm
as
not
healing?
saying it's attractive.
No, I didn't know. I didn't.
I don't understand what he's...
You know, like how our headphones will smash our hair down.
Yes.
Think of an extreme version of that goes even deeper.
Oh, I'm looking now.
It looks like a tornado cut through his head.
It really does.
I tell you what it looks like. It looks like a power line.
You can see it.
It's a right away.
It's a right
You can see
away.
his brain
You
and
can see his brain visible.
That's brain. I just saw brain.
I want to
And
know
that is brain. That's gray matter.
who let him out. Why is he out?
He
should
couldn't.
be out.
He checked himself out.
Can you
because
check
he-
yourself out with the
Yeah,
brain?
he
exposed?
couldn't smoke in the hospital, according to the story.
All right, doctors in the audience.
Let me ask you
Wait a
this:
minute.
if you're like this right here, shouldn't you be wearing a hat around town?
Why did I look at it?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
At
a
least
hat.
a hard hat.
Probably in his case a helmet.
Maybe a football hat.
Probably in his case a
I
helmet.
wonder what happened to him.
All right, so here's the deal. All right, there's some confusion here on where this dude came from. Several
I'm not showing
users
it
in this story, Nashville residents claim they have seen or interacted with this man, confronting him and even calling 911 to see if he needed help. Others say they offered assistance and he declined, while others are saying, now this is the story, he's been out walking around like this for years. Some reporting seeing him since 2021.
Okay, I have to say
So
this.
that's just the way his
there's
head-
total confusion on where this guy came from.
I have to state the obvious.
Oh my gracious! Oh,
we've kind of, no pun intended, glanced by it, but grazed by it. But let me say this: shouldn't someone with whatever has happened and however this has happened, that has an exposed brain, shouldn't that just be something where medical people just say, you have no choice, we have to get you medical help? I mean, can I have an exposed brain and deny medical help because I want to smoke and then walk around honky-tonks with an exposed brain? Is that allowed? I mean, can you just do that? It seems so unsafe and unsanitary.
Yeah. You can expose your brain to the world.
At least throw a big head cap on.
Right.
You know?
It does explain the current state of our society.
How about a bandana?
I bet if you bump your head, it'd hurt.
There are some things you're not allowed to expose. There's some things you're not allowed to expose in society, and I think your brain should be on that list.
See, Halfhead, that guy we always play that liner from.
Oh yeah.
He has no
Don't
skull,
do
but
drugs.
he does have skin across it.
Yeah, it's just been
It just looks like somebody took a scoop with a
come
ice
on
cream
now.
scooper.
He's more of like a bowl, isn't he? Like a cereal.
He
bowl.
does. You actually could put chips in it.
Oh no,
You could. I'm just saying.
But this guy is more of a right away.
Yeah, more of a narrow strip.
Yeah.
Halfhead's like he just took the whole top of his head off.
I didn't look close enough to see brain. Did you?
Well, it looked kind of pinkish to me. I don't know
You
that
didn't pick
was
up any-
brain,
you didn't
but
pick up
it
any
was-
gray?
It was thin.
Rick.
It was
That's a
obviously
legitimate question.
There obviously was no bone there. Okay,
Oh,
and it
no.
was some kind of
Oh, no.
injury of some type.
And they claim they've been spotting him for years.
In trying to read all this, did you say what caused this? Do we
No,
know?
there's. I'm off in it now.
I've been that way too. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I have clicked a few times too much.
It's
oh
so
my
gross.
goodness!
It's
So it's
so
saying
gross.
here that there's some confusion.
You got to back out of that.
They're saying that there's some cases, and this guy might be part of it, where the skull is temporarily removed to relieve pressure from brain swelling,
my
depending on what he's
but
got
I think
going
normally
on.
you would have to stay in the hospital till they did something else.
I agree with that. How? Oh my gracious!
They did say the Democratic Party has decided to run him in Nashville against the conservative.
Oh, so good. That's so
All right, just so
good.
people know what I'm talking about, I'm going to show it for 2 seconds.
I'm not looking.
Why?
You're showing the audience this?
I'm going to put it on the screen behind you.
All right.
There's his head.
Okay.
And there it is.
God, he's tearing that cigarette up.
It looks like,
That's why he left.
It looks like a bush hog
I'm
went
so
through a
grossed
field
out.
right there.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
That's not as bad as I thought it
No.
would be. I think
You didn't?
I think Halfhead was worse.
No, I agree.
Well, no, Halfhead had skin. We're
Yeah,
seeing
still hard to
We're
look
seeing
at.
matter.
We're seeing
Now, Halfhead gave us a
material.
very good speech about trying to warn everybody not to do drugs and drink.
Right, which Greg takes. Okay, folks, on the texting option, somebody said,
All right.
if Tua doesn't leave football, this is what he's going to look like. Hey,
y'all need to stop that.
that-
man.
right, that's-
All right, so I see where this smoking thing came from. There is a chat forum here where someone says that he's familiar with it. He did check himself out of the hospital, or left the hospital because they wouldn't let him smoke.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if that's all true or not.
Well, others are saying the medical team there advised him not to leave, but he left
Okay.
anyway.
Golly.
It looks like he's kicked back and joined us.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got that? And we couldn't catch Cassie. He was at Hezbollah. That's fine.
So you get running, you look to see your boys, and you start. I would get a lot of laughing. I go, "Hey guys,"
So you're going as hard as you can run.
look, and nobody's with me. I thought they were all with me. Look, and everybody's yelling at me. Hey, Megan, where you going? Woo!
Where's the fire? So everybody's heckling you on the strip. Where you going, Biggin?
Did anybody
ever say, Biggin, fat ass, there's a buffet?
Yeah. I would have screamed out, buffet opens in 2 hours. You got time?
So I realized it's just me. I can't even see him.
So
at this
your
point.
instinct when they were pulling the truck over was to run as far as you could run.
I
and
thought
they didn't go
everybody
away.
was running. Yeah.
Of course, Of course, I finally realized what I just said and the size of that dude. So I was looking to see if he was really gonna pull over.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the car just to see. I just want to see how quick they're gonna pull over. And as they started to pull over, that's when I got my my run on. But
but you did it very cool.
So you start digging too.
No, I have my GQ threads on, so I had to give a little smooth.
Kind of a cooler run.
Yeah, a little jog. One. So I just got a little jog, just to see. He was a big fella. He couldn't have caught me, huh?
No, and Hobie, what did you do?
A runner anyway.
Well, actually, I was kind of gonna have D's back, and I'm not very big, so it wouldn't have been long.
Really, if you think about it, it's Hobie's fault that they hollered at y'all.
I'm out. That's it. See y'all. I've enjoyed my internship. It's been fun.
Oh my God!
Hobie, I'm just joking. Not really, but come on back.
It was great. D still had thug mode on until he said, "Hey, I'm gonna turn this car around." Let's edit that. But
So then I'm sitting there and
you've run out of sight. D's in his cool jog.
It would have been okay if I could have seen them. I would have known everything was okay, but I realized they could be getting that A whooped, or they could be.
And you were there for them.
I don't know where they are. So I go, do I go back? And I
How
go,
about
no.
Cassio's out of breath, even acting like he was running?
Sure. I'm like, that's me. I go, how about this? I'm sitting on this curb, and I'll wait till they get here. If they're in trouble, it might take them a while.
he didn't just run.
That wasn't just a run.
I mean, it was.
So 1001 and you were gone.
How was my speed?
Hey, I couldn't catch him.
I didn't think he had it in him.
Was he faster than you thought?
Hey, real fast, y'all. Y'all don't understand how fast Cassio was going.
And he disappeared.
He was gone, y'all.
Hey, boys, go!
Please don't catch me. Please don't catch me. Please don't catch me.
I ain't even got time to look around. I know it'll slow me down.
Please don't catch me.
Yeah, I'm going to a buffet, buddy.
You didn't care what anybody was saying. Run, Patty, you get whatever.
Yeah, and later on that night when we finally caught him, he was gone.
And when we called him, he said, "Hey, y'all know they can come up and just kick us from behind. They're just gonna catch us from behind." Cassio was still worried, like hours
So
later.
you thought they wouldn't forget it. You'd see them again.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, our
So did they stop?
Did they pull over? Or
Hey, we were gone too fast.
They didn't
we
give
never
up.
saw.
I outran them.
Where did y'all go?
I went back
Disappeared.
to the car.
Yeah.
We went back to the car.
But
and
you ran where, if ladies are watching, I'm going to run in a part where it's possible I'm not really running away. I'm just running to get my position.
Oh, yeah.
It's a job.
There's a lot of runners out there.
Now, you were shamelessly a coward and ran as hard as you could run.
I was. Nobody's whipping my age tonight. Okay? I'm out.
If you're going to whip it, you got to catch it.
he said that.
And I knew I had to get
Didn't
the jump
Devo write a
start,
song about that?
I knew I wasn't going to outrun anybody, so I had to get the jump start on everybody.
Well, you did. It's quickness to get running.
But it's just a lonely feeling when you look back and they're not with you.
Yeah.
When you think all your boys are behind you.
Because now you're running, you go, not only have I ran, but I'm worried they're going to catch me. Undoubtedly, they caught my friends and have killed them.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're sure. And I couldn't go back to check on them.
Yeah,
because then I'd be involved.
And when, and then when I'm talking to their families on how they were killed in the streets of Panama City, they'll say, "Well, you did all you could do," and you have to go, "Well, yeah, I guess
I did all I could do. I didn't do much for them."
So I'm alive. Said, "Hey, I ran until my arm went numb." That was the direct quote.
Sure, a little tingling over here.
That's when it's time to slow her down.
So then they wanted to get up every morning and go jogging. I told them I already got my run in for the week.
I bet
was out.
You exercise. How far y'all think he ran?
Oh, late.
Right. Now that's all that's important, right? You know what we mean. All right. So anybody got tax trouble out there? IRS? If they're breathing down your neck, they're coming after those that maybe they don't think, have maybe a team of lawyers standing between them and the client. Now, the IRS the predators are always looking for the easiest prey to consume. So what you need to do is make sure that you're not easy prey by getting with Tax Network USA. The team at Tax Network USA, you just go to tnusa.com/bigbox. They're patriots who want to get on your side and be an advocate for you when facing the IRS, and they want to solve this problem quickly and painlessly. Maybe today's the day. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ some brilliant strategies. They know one right now. The IRS is it's limited time, but you may qualify for this. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties, but you need to know if you meet the criteria for that. You might. They also have a preferred direct line to the IRS, and because they've been dealing with them for a long time, they know which agents you want to deal with and which ones you don't. So call 1-800-780-8888. That's 800-780-8888. Or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Look for that link, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know, the issue you have now is, in the past, if we spoke of injury, sickness, rash, anything that could lead to troubling pictures, wounds, then unless you wanted to open up your email, you never saw them. But we knew that people would email us. I don't know why all of you do this. You email us pictures that you hope, I guess, will traumatize us and we'll never sleep again. Yeah. But see, now
it's working.
Now it's in the studio, and people can simply text these horrific pictures to us. And we do have the ability to block some numbers. So
let's block that one.
Yeah, just if we could have maybe a little less of the gross pictures, we'd love that. It is. We're in here, and you know us. We're always near food, so kind of keep that in mind.
Who is that other picture? That looks kind of like Adler. There.
It does look like Adler. It is a listener that said 12 years ago they had
Half-head does not look like me.
No.
I thought you were talking about that.
No, the other one going down the other.
The guy
that looks like Adler.
The guy who said 12 years ago I had a traumatic brain injury.
Look like Adler.
It does. When it first came up, I thought that was Adler. No, it is. It really
that man's missing his head.
No,
I don't look
with
like
normal size head.
Everybody stop.
Make his head normal.
Just the face.
Just the face.
I thought it may be AI, like they put you there and then cut part of your head off.
If you picture a normal head and just look at the face.
That guy's like.
There's half head.
That guy's like Arabian or something. I don't look like that. That's the same guy.
Let me tell you something. If I was in charge of screening people to get on a plane, I'll screen you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you've been out in the sun, you pass. Easy.
What?
The beard and everything. I screen you. Hair. I screen you.
That's profiling.
Yes, it is. It's also good police work.
It's called averages.
Right. All right, so we got to check.
I do get screened a lot. I get screened a lot.
No kidding. I have a headache.
Yeah.
But not
check out Dave.
But I still love technology.
Always and forever.
Check out Dave. Get ready to geek out on this one. Looks like is this Snapchat?
Yes.
New spectacles. I don't do Snapchat. I guess it's because
Greg does.
Well, I don't want the Chinese having access to all my stuff.
That's TikTok. Now, that's TikTok, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they the same?
They're all in there.
Snap Talk.
Yeah. No. Right. I have a funny joke about Snapchat. Gonna let it pass. So they've put together some new spectacles, AR glasses. What is this?
Yes.
What does this mean?
Well, do y'all want the like the corporate Snapchat's official like corporate unveiling, or do you want a tech reviewer talking about it?
I got to go with the tech reviewer.
All right.
Yeah.
Show us what it is.
All right. Here's the tech reviewer from.
Looks like he's wearing glasses for the blind
after cataract surgery.
Greg, get glasses out.
I didn't know how I wanted to say it. Try not to be offensive.
Go ahead, get it out, could he? Yeah. Greg, I'll go ahead and beat you to this line. Of course, there's no issue with them worrying about women being around.
No, absolutely.
All right. So,
can you see this, Greg? Can you see that?
Yeah,
I got it.
Okay.
All right.
New Snap spectacles are
totally
totally self-contained, but they're a subscription pair of glasses for developers. They're $99 a month. So certainly not meant for everyday eyes. And they have limitations. They're big. If you see them on my face, they're not something I would wear around every day. They are compatible with prescription lenses, but they didn't have my prescription for the demo, so I had to look at things through a couple of steps lower in prescription, and things were a little bit fuzzy. But I'm used to the territory. They also have twin Qualcomm system-on-chip processors, one on each arm, but don't know which type. They wouldn't tell me. They also use, if you're into tech, LCOS projector technology, which then shines onto little waveguides, which are rainbow-colored patches on the lenses that basically project out the 3D effect. These glasses only have 45 minutes of battery life, which is not a lot, but it could be enough for developers to at least explore in some test environments how apps perform. The thing about these glasses that's new compared to the one in 2021 is there's a whole new OS on it, Snap OS. And it runs multiple apps, it allows phone connection, and it can also do things like run a browser. I watched a YouTube video on it. You know, it has limits, it doesn't allow a lot of multitasking, but that's there, and they're aiming to make it feel more like a complete system. The viewing area is smaller than a VR headset. It's about 46 degrees, and it looked kind of like this when I was looking around. Almost like a phone window projected onto the real world. Nice vertically, a little cramped horizontally.
It looks
To
like there's a
interact
lot
with
of this
Snap
left.
OS, you use your hands. So much like Apple Vision Pro or the Quest 3, I was able to use my hands to either reach out directly or to tap and pinch from a distance.
There you go.
Okay, all right.
So there's
So to me, it looks a lot like what the Google Glass was.
Yeah, and you could hardly notice them on his face.
I know, they're just so unnoticeable.
So like he's scuba diving.
Yeah, I didn't understand. So it just means Snapchat, the company.
Yes.
They do more.
They're the ones
They're not
putting it
just
out.
for Snapchatting, correct?
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
So they came out with it, and you can do like draw in the air and stuff. So Greg likes doing that.
Yeah, who don't want to do that?
Yeah,
Well, Greg, I tell you what we need more of today is people immersing themselves in the fake world. We need more than that.
More of that.
More of that. But anyway, so it didn't sound
What
like...
if Halfhead wore them?
It didn't sound like he was all that fired up about him, but he didn't want to be too negative. He didn't think it was a step forward from the other side.
It's an unusual, it's a concept, but it's really not practical yet.
There you go.
The Google Glass I thought worked pretty well, but everybody was getting all upset about people wearing it when they were driving and stuff, which you probably
Didn't you have one of them, Bubba?
Oh yeah, I still got it.
Do you use it much?
Oh, they don't support it anymore. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's more of a museum piece than anything.
So you got out on the bleeding edge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why they call it bleeding.
Well, you live on the
bleeding.
bleeding
You see me
edge.
on bleeding.
Oh, yeah. You love that, yeah.
Well, I have. I'm not as apt to be on the bleeding edge now as I used to be. I've dialed back to slightly behind the cutting edge.
Right. So there.
Remember somebody brought Speedy a pair. Remember?
Yeah.
You know, this
here it goes again.
This question keeps coming up, and I see it a lot. And it really is quite a deep question on the text. So obviously, this show has been tied together by contracts that come and go, and we're always committed to each other. Really, only beyond the end of the current contract we're in.
Right.
Somebody says since the show is ending in its current form, at the end of this, does the Guntersville Treaty end as well?
Yes.
Yes, it would.
I thought that was
in my
between
opinion.
individuals.
No.
It will end January the
Reagan Bubba
30th, 2025 in my book.
Right. So that
So it wasn't
no.
individuals, the show treaty, because there's been people
Well,
part of the show that,
one of them
weren't in the treaty because it was individuals.
One of them has passed away, so he's not worried about that anymore.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about him.
I can't think of anybody else. Who else is in it outside the show other than Mark Whitlock was in it?
Gosh, didn't we have some other?
I know Scott Dawson wanted to be in it, but I don't.
What
I don't
about
think
Dorosky?
don't want to be
What
in it,
about?
Gary.
no, Gary wants no part of it.
Isn't Scott in it too?
That's what I'm saying. Didn't he want to be in it? Did we ever officially allow him?
I don't know.
Well, see
So Ryan Greenwood's not with us now, but he was in it.
Yeah, but
So,
no
I mean,
longer.
Well, that's
So,
the point.
I mean,
Is he not? Well, see,
that's what I'm asking.
Dawson is a weird case because he was never in a contract with the rest of us, and then he wanted that contract, which was outside of our contract.
Right.
I say Greenwood's fair game.
What about Don Juan? He was in it.
Fair game.
No,
Really? Interesting.
If you
I've
follow,
always thought they were still.
No. If you follow what Bubba's saying, and I think if you're no longer contractually committed to us, now Dawson makes that inconsistent. Then once you're no longer contracted to this show, you're free.
Yep, it's all over.
So Dawson, how did we ever let him in then? He never had a contract with this show.
I think it
So that's why I
all.
thought it was
I think it all
individuals.
came out of that 911 thing.
It was. He was so upset, and I think we just
that's
showed.
what it
I think
was.
the authorities,
That was a
really
little
asked
much.
that he be included.
I think we did that honestly. I really do think so because he was so traumatized. I think we did that so he could sleep.
Yeah,
It really had no legal
So
standing.
you mean on January 1, I'm free to prank
January
Greg? January 1st,
30th.
30th, January 30th.
February 1st.
Okay, I can prank Greg.
Yes.
All right, good.
And I've never been in it.
Yeah.
You haven't?
Nah.
I've been. So I'm Guntersville Treaty confused then.
You really
I'm just
are.
nice. I'm just a nice person.
Okay. We'll come back and we'll wrap up another hour. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minimum
Over half a mile. Over half a mile.
How's it going?
Cassio, I was thinking with that dance class you're taking, you'd be in shape to jog a little better.
Well, it's kind of a slow pace. You know,
Dance
the tango
class.
is kind of slow.
Dance class?
I heard that Cassio was signed up for a dance class at Jazzercise or something.
Jazzercise.
Cassio?
Cassio. What you got?
Are you in a dance class?
Are you in a dance class? what?
Ballroom dancing.
What? You gave us all of them. You didn't tell us nothing. Jesse Mitchell.
Down to Birmingham Ballroom over on I-20.
Who's that?
Give a shout out.
Megan pulled him in.
Okay, no, before Megan.
So you were doing it for?
Why not?
Okay.
What?
You're
So my
single?
my modeling is nothing compared to this.
No,
thing.
your modeling is just the most manly thing in this group.
Compared to ballroom. Hey.
Hey, you got, look, you got a model, you got your ballroom dancer, you got Hobie.
Hey. Hey, boy band. Does the ballroom dancing trump boy band though?
I'm afraid it does.
It's a room full of girls.
Oh, we're going to play that card just like all my cheerleader guy friends said, well, I'm around girls all the time. Yeah, but you're still a cheerleader.
Yeah, but I'm dancing. I impress the girls. Cheerleading don't really impress the girls.
You're
Cassio,
saying,
what dances have you learned?
Cassio,
We saw some in La Vida.
Can I stop
Hey, go get Peaches and get her dancing.
No, I'm going to get fired. I'm
How
already
about
10
this?
minutes
Can
late.
I have the platform for 2 seconds for the following statement? I will take a call from single young women, and I want you to tell me whether you find a man taking ballroom dancing attractive.
Don't say young. There's not many young ones.
Cassio,
I can find them.
Is this where Fonda announces I've been terminated?
Show Fonda what you've learned.
Here's time for your exit interview.
Can you ballroom dance?
Well, look, Cassio leads. Just follow him.
Yeah, you'll lead. She can just follow.
Because he knows.
I haven't moved that. I haven't advanced that far yet.
Cassio tried.
There's some underlying reason.
Yeah.
I haven't advanced that far.
There's an underlying. He's got some advantages.
Who teaches the class? Cassio, you know
Sterling.
I've got the good on you, so you might as well just come on and tell the whole
Why are you
story.
doing it? Something's coming
Don't
up.
make me
There's a
drag it
banquet
out.
or something coming up.
I started it to help them out with the Southern Women's Show because I did it before as a joke.
There we go.
And then they was like, well, you picked it up pretty quick at the past shows, so I just started the lesson.
Show us just your basic. What have you learned? Show us what you've
Look,
learned.
I need a little bit of that. CK.
Yeah.
Just
Show us
it's
what
my
you've
birthday.
learned.
This is my
It's
birthday
your
present.
birthday. That's
Look.
right.
My teacher is going to be so mad because I'm going to do this wrong.
No, your teacher will be proud. Look
Oh,
at this. Look
she's
at,
in sandals.
That's right.
She's going to have bleeding toes before this is over.
Look at him go, though. He is.
Go, Jesse.
Look at him. Look at him.
You know, I will have to say that he is surprisingly smooth.
Yes, he is. Look at that.
I mean, look.
Now,
hey,
the fact he's staring at the ground counting takes a little bit off the romantic part of it.
Hey, what movie is that where the guy's learning to dance and the fat guy shows him how he goes? Wow, he's just some poetry.
What is the name of that?
How is that what it is?
Is that Flashdance?
No. I saw it too. I can't remember the name of it. No. It was a TV show. It was Damon Wayans.
Friends. No, that wasn't it.
I'm telling you, it was Damon Wayans.
Friend.
My wife and kids.
Because his wife wanted him to learn to dance.
My wife and kids.
And he went and he got into it.
I'm telling you,
that scene happened. It may be another one you're talking about.
Right.
No, there was a movie. There was a big fat guy that was teaching it.
And he kept going, I can't believe how graceful. He was just,
Right.
he just flowed.
They were making fun of him to start with, and then the guy kept going, man, he's fun to dance with. He's so natural.
Yeah, what was that? What show was that?
Drive me crazy.
Hey, that was Friends.
We'll be back.
That was a movie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Wrapping up another hour. Don't forget, Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after that. All right, so a couple things we haven't hit. Some pretty good ones here. Bubba, we have a businessman who has painted something about his support for Donald Trump on his business. And he is being asked by Lake Worth Beach, Florida, the city. They want him to paint over it, and he is resisting. So here he is. Here's the story.
Check this out. Our cameras from our chopper captured some video of a massive Trump 2024 sign that's painted on top of a building that's off of Lake Avenue here in Lake Worth Beach. I spoke with one of the business owners inside that building who was part of the painting process, and he tells me the building owner was cited by the city because they don't have a permit for a mural. Would you consider this a mural?
No, it's on the roof.
What's your next move? What are you guys going to do?
We're going to fight the city and keep our Trump 2024 sign.
He also told me that people who live in the neighboring condo building are upset about this, and it was just one day after the painting went up, the painting was finished, that the city came out and gave them this citation.
So is it a mural? And it's on the roof?
Yeah. You know, the only people that could see it would be people in a helicopter, airplane, or the condo that is right next door. It looked like there may be 20 or 25 units that could look down on the roof. But from the street, you couldn't even see it. I don't even know if this would fall under the normal ordinances.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Bubba, quick, you're America.
You know.
Promised land.
Ahead across America, we're going, I can't pronounce this, Volusia County?
Yeah.
Volusia? Have you ever been to Volusia County, Florida?
You know, with this guy, though, with the roof, all he has to do is delay all of this to the election.
Yeah, correct.
Because after that, it's going to be avoided either way.
Yeah, so let's go to the sheriff there, Mike Chitwood.
What's that name?
Chitwood.
Okay.
He said he is fed up. Kids making threats to schools, like mass shootings and things like that. He is sick and tired of it, and he says if parents are not going to start raising their kids, then you know what? He'll step in and do it for them. Here he is. He's fed up.
Who is oversees school security for the sheriff's office and partners with the school district. You know, this is absolutely out of control, and it ends now. 54 and counting tips came into Fortify, Florida last night. Okay. That means investigators in the school district have been running around the clock to investigate these tips, which are all turning out to be false. So far, it's cost $21,000 to do these investigations. We have 2 in custody. We have an investigation looking at 1 other individual. So far this year, there have been 207 threats who have come in. We've arrested 7 people for written threats to kill. 1 student, if you remember, tried to bring a loaded firearm into a mainland football game. We've had 11 weapons on our campuses this year. So what we're going to start doing Monday is, since parents, you don't want to raise your kids, I'm going to start raising them. Every time we make an arrest, your kid's photo is going to be put out there. And if I could do it, I'm going to perp walk your kid so that everybody can see what your kid's up to. Yeah. The second point of this is, if I can any way find out that a parent knew what was going on and wasn't doing anything, your is getting perp walked with him.
Oh, wow.
The purpose of Fortify Florida is to send in tips that we're going to investigate because you believe something is going to happen. To keep sending in these tips over and over and over again and think it's a big joke and nothing's going to happen to it. Starting Monday, we're going to have a billboard. We're going to have a poster out. I'm going to show you every kid that's been arrested and where they go to school. And then from there on out, we're going to publicly shame them and their parents. So parents, do your job. Don't let Sheriff Chitwood raise your kids. This is absolutely ridiculous. Go talk to the families who have lost a loved one in a school shooting. These little knuckleheads think it's funny. Go talk to those parents and see how funny this is. It's not. We're going to come and get you, and we're going to put you out for public embarrassment. And I know of a set of parents right now that they're looking at $11,000 each because somebody's paying this bill.
And there we go. There's the sheriff. Chitwood means business.
Here's the thing. That's a great speech if you can back it up. Yeah. If you can do it.
Ooh, Bubba called him out.
I wish he would say too, we're going to spank him.
Oh man,
you know that would
cane him. Get that cane out.
I'll just give him a good spanking out in front of everybody.
Yeah.
3 licks ain't gonna hurt nobody.
Oh, yeah.
It'll hurt them feelings.
It will break that little heart. So he means business. So, but something's got to happen. I mean, the things that these young people are doing now, and they have no repercussion whatsoever, just leads to complete chaos.
Yeah, that's I like that. Of course, he'll be running for governor here for you.
Sure, he will. So. Bubba, Charlie Kirk is on campus. Video 8. Charlie Kirk has a young man asking him who he should vote for, and Charlie Kirk says, "I just laid out the truth, and I think that I won him over."
Yeah.
So here's Charlie Kirk talking to a young man who doesn't know who to vote for.
So I tend to lean liberal on a lot of issues, and I'm kind of torn on the election.
I want to try to win you over as a liberal for Donald Trump. So you're going to give me a chance, okay?
I will, sir.
All right, okay. There are 3 things I want you to think about when voting for Trump. Number 1, home ownership. I imagine you want to own a home sometime in your life, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, in order to own a home, you would have to make $125,000 a year right now just to be able to get the mortgage. When Trump was president, it was $75,000 a year. Because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have spent $6 to $7 trillion of unnecessary federal spending, which have inflated asset prices. The border. Under Donald Trump, the southern border was the most secure it was in American history, with border crossings at an all-time low. Under Kamala Harris, 10 million people have come across the southern border into this country. We have no idea who they are. They're coming into our communities. As a liberal, I imagine you don't like war, right? Under Donald Trump, it was the first president in 40 years where we had no new wars. Think about who is endorsing Kamala Harris. Dick Cheney, Leon Panetta, Liz Cheney. These are the warmongers of 20 years ago that got us into these wars. And this is why we're seeing Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, people that are card-carrying Democrats, vote for Trump, because what's happening at the Democrat Party is it's a party of censorship, it's a party of war, a party of open borders that is against actual traditional liberal values.
I agree.
So which way are you leaning?
Can I get a hat?
That's a good answer.
There we go. Well, and those are the points that we keep trying to hit. These are the points that Trump needs to keep hitting and not chase rabbits.
He was very concise. He didn't get into the weeds. He didn't have time to do it. Pretty good argument.
Common sense, logic.
Yep.
And these are things that really the left cannot beat you in a debate on, because you look at how they've actually done it, and the one who's running is currently doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
she had some good answers yesterday, didn't she? Did you see that?
I didn't. It's it's almost like looking at that guy with the half head. It just it's just no desire.
It's just too much. Yeah.
Well, and I honestly think to myself, there's no way this person can win, right?
Oh no,
I know.
I do think the polling is wrong, though. I don't think conservatives are weighted properly in that.
No. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. We thank you for being with us. If you missed any of the show, Rick and Bubba archives are available for you. Podcast archives or YouTube archives. Never have to miss a moment on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.